Kenris. She had been watching the man for days. He lived in a small blue stone house at the back of the small blue stone church. He was a happy-looking man, smiling all of the time. White-skinned and one of the new sort of men of God. He was around 30 and the priest of the church, but he wore blue jeans, was attractive and played the guitar. The church was more traditional. It was an old bluestone one, built hundreds of years ago, and it even sported a small graveyard at the side. The place where she was called Westrom, and it was a small place, in terms of humans living in it. She had followed him here from the city where she lived, and had found him creeping around. He was in the graveyard now and tending to one of the graves. He had a small shovel, and he was pulling out weeds that were growing up next to the grave. He was making it neat and tending to it. The grave itself was at least 120 years old. She read the inscription, and it was amazingly young. These humans had short lives, very short. She looked at him with sharp eyes. He was in his casual clothes, but she'd seen him in his priest's robes when he was giving the services here. She had watched him for days. It was clear he was a hunter, and this was just his day job. Or worse, he was an exorcist, not just a hunter. He could actually do some damage to her. She watched the man work, and she waited. She was good at waiting. She was used to waiting. She waited now until the sun had gone down. It was England, and it was winter, so that meant it got dark around 4:30. Now the humans had digital clocks, digital watches, and as she looked, light spun up around the man. The outside of the church had a light that was set to motion. He kept working away, and she got ready. She had been watching him for days, and what should have been simple was now hard. He was never alone, always with others. Also, he was always in the church. She couldn't just fly in there and get him. His house was blessed, the church of course was. She was going to kill this man. She was worried about him. He seemed so skinny and weak, and indeed he was. But he knew where she lived. She had found him lurking where she lived, looking at things, writing things down in his notepad. He couldn't be allowed to stop her, not when she was so close. He must have sensed something. They sometimes did. And he looked up to the church roof and looked right at her. Her eyes were closed, or so he thought, and he stared right at her. She was dressed for battle as she thought of it. Her body was changed to that fighting form, and while he saw her, he saw what he expected to and was not afraid. The gargoyle on the church roof looked back at him. Her stone wings crouched behind her, sharp face pointed and clawed arms digging into the edge. He should have known it was a different gargoyle, that it was facing the wrong way. But they never noticed things like that, if they even looked up. She had smashed the other one to bits and took its place. Still, he knew something about her kind. She could see his fear. She could laugh. He took a step back in fear. From her perch, she could hear his heart beating fast. He knew, well, he was a hunter. She opened her yellow eyes to him and glared at him. Now he screamed. It was dark enough, and she leaped down from the roof, clawed hands out and wings spread. He gasped and reached around his neck. She flew through the air, using her massive stone wings, not to fly but to help her glide to him. She was far from graceful, but she knew her business. She landed before him, the earth shook, and her front claws were pressed deep into his chest. He handed his hand out, and on it he held a small cross. A crucifix. It pressed against her as her strong body hit his weak one. Yet it only burned her a little bit as he pressed it to her stone skin. He dropped it with the force of her hit. She had her claws in him, and as he was shoved back, he fell over the back of the gravestone. She laughed at him. which in this form was like barking cough and held her claws out. As he toppled, his blood spraying around him, and managed to shout something at her. Demon or bitch, something. Rude for a man of God. She stalked after him, massive clawed feet sinking into the hard ground. He was dragging his bleeding body away from her. He looked like a broken and bloody toy on the ground, trying to get away from her. Now she waited. She let him stand up on shaking legs. She could fly. She knew she wasn't aerodynamic, being made of stone in body and wing, but that was the glory of her once God. She flew up and past him. She grabbed him as she did. Her clawed feet grabbed onto his shoulders like she was a bird, and he the snack. She flew and dropped him to the slate roof. He fell hard, and she turned fast, flying down before he slid off. She pinned him down to it with one clawed hand on the chest. She had the time to enjoy his look of terror, the smell of it in the air as she slashed down. Her 3 stone claws of other hands slashed easily into him. They tore into his flesh, and he gasped, mouth opened wide, as she slowly ripped. She held him for a moment more, the blood of him running down and soaking the roof. His eyes, blue, found her yellow ones, and then they closed in his final moment. He was gone. She looked around. No one was there. She was safe. No one had seen the man meeting his fate. Then she looked up into the sky. The sun was going down, and she would wait until the moon was out, and the bats flew. No one would notice a stone bat with them. Humans didn't see her unless they believed in things like her, but there might be some around. She stalked to the edge of the roof, her large clawed feet nimble, and she crouched at the edge of the roof. She dug her claws into the edge. She should wait until it was safe for her to fly home. She was patient. Thousands of years on Earth gave you that.
Vicky. She felt now like a proper PI. Maybe she should become one and finish the clique. Also, it was easy in the UK. It was doing an online test and paying £49. For the last 2 days she had been following Matthew around London. She had hired a different car each day, but he did a lot of walking. He was inhuman fast, even faster than her, up and down the London streets. He was a lawyer but seemed to just have meetings with different people all day. He drank a lot of coffee. Still, the angel had said it was her sacred mission to stop them, not all demons, not demons, but the vampires. If they had recruited her and she had to stop them, they were using her. So far, the Tuesday had given her a lot of knowledge. The biggest one was where he lived. Eternal had a set of offices in the city, and she'd followed him back from work one day. That was her and Carl. He'd hacked his phone, and she drove her car along the train line, next to it on the road, and followed him off. She was glad he got the train, but most business people did. She was watching Matthew now. He was meeting with a police girl he met every day. She looked human, and she looked in love with him. She watched and saw she waited for him to come to the cafe, had his coffee ready, and they talked for about 10 minutes. She was going to find out who she was. As she watched, he pulled out his phone and her own started to ring. She answered it, and indeed it was him. She could see his lips moving and the voice over the phone.
It's Matthew. I need you. How quickly can you be at Costa Coffee on Fleet?
She tried not to laugh. She was looking at it. I'm around the city, maybe 10. Okay, great. We'll wait then. She waited 8 minutes, looking at her watch again and again. Then she walked around the block and came in looking a little puffed. She'd walked quick. As she walked in, Matthew was sitting with the girl.
Now she saw her. She saw how young she was. Her age, maybe 23, a uniformed police officer with black hair in a little bun. She was cute, and she smiled at her and shook her hand as she sat.
Vicky, this is PC Henry, Samantha Henry.
The woman smiled at her.
Sam is fine, PC Sam. Hey, is she one?
He shook his head, and she felt a pit in her gut. What were they up to?
No, Vicky is a freelancer.
He looked at her.
Sam here is going to be turned and is helping us out to earn her V card.
She didn't care about the company. She was appalled. You will let a demon inside of you? Sam just nodded.
I have cancer, lung cancer, and it's bad, so yes. Beside Matthew says it will still be me. I'll just have a passenger who likes to watch.
And drink human blood.
Less than 100 mils a day and she's earning a daily delivery early. Very savvy, this one. Anyway, we're not here for you to change her mind. Sam is here to help us.
The girl was so damn happy looking it was sick. Yet she saw how people would be so easy now. If you offered a dying someone that chance, most now would take it. People didn't believe in evil like they just used to. They had done a good PR job. If there was a survey, would you let a vampire turn you, it would be many more yes votes than in the 1850s. Now when someone said vampire, you thought Edward Cullen who sparkled in the sun, not an unholy Dracula who burst into flames because God and the sun they made hated him. She was snapped from her thoughts as she spoke.
I can take you both. I have my car, but Vicky, you have to sit in the back, sorry.
Sam took her coffee cup to go, and she even had her own travel mug, with some kind of dog on it. She walked with them to her police car that was parked nearby. Matthew let her walk ahead and hung back with Vicky, well dressed as always. He was pissed off.
Don't talk that anti-demon propaganda to our clients.
She laughed and stuck her finger up in his face. It's not propaganda if it's real. They walked to the car, and Sam held the door for her to get into the back. She sat in front.
Now this crime scene is in Westram. That's my area. I just come to the city to report in.
She said this to her. The place was about a 40-minute drive out of the city and Zone 4. It wasn't that far from where she lived in Beckenham. It was a pretty rural and small area, though. She let herself zone out and just looked out the window as Matthew kept his long sales pitch on the benefits of being an undead demon, and Sam ate it up. They drove on the highways and out of the sprawling expanse of London. Soon they were driving off a bypass and into Westram. She'd been here before, and while it looked kind of nice, older and quaint, it was a bit of a shithole. Lots of cheap houses and idiots on the weekends. Still now, it was just quaint. They drove through the middle of town and parked right in front of an old church. She got out and looked. The building was a small bluestone one, very simple. It said the Westram Church. It would have been the main one for years. There was the UK police tape around it, and a man, another Bobby, stood in front of the church.
Hello, Sam. This the consultants?
Yes, we have Matthew Harper from Eternal Legal and his assistant, Vicky.
Bloody assistant, she shook hands with the PC and was shown under the tape. They walked with Sam around the back and she looked down. Why am I here? He pointed down and she saw there was a massive sheet of black plastic. It looked a lot like they were covering a body up, and from the tense vibe she guessed it was. She knelt down to it and pulled it back. First she saw the man's face. He was young, in a black priest robe. He was about 30 and had a lean, handsome face. She pulled the sheet down and looked at his stomach. To say it was ripped open would be an understatement. She groaned in sickness. His guts were oozing out of 3 massive slashes that ran right across him. It was like a wound from a horror movie, too big and deep, and uniform not to be massive claws. Sam flicked her notepad as Vicky covered him up.
He was up there.
She pointed to the roof. What?
The body was up on the roof and we found these.
Sam walked onward and she followed her. She gasped again, looking down. In the grass was a giant footprints, and it was so far from human and obvious. It was 3-toed like a bird and pressed in with a lot of weight. The ground had been dry, but this was pressed in hard. Not human, she whispered to herself, but she didn't really need the answer. She still heard a faint no. Sam went on.
He has deep cuts in his shoulders, so he was lifted up and placed, not thrown by something very strong.
Whatever had done this didn't care for being caught. It was so clearly a creature. She wondered just how hard they worked. The team at Eternal. How many things were there in London? She looked at Matthew. Why am I here?
He was an exorcist and I can't go in there.
He said and pointed to his little house at the back. Why not?
It's blessed. In fact, even this is a bit much. I might wait in the car.
She looked down and laughed. His shoes were starting to smoke, and she turned to Sam. See this, God hates them. Okay, I'll investigate our hunter priest. Any ideas on what killed him? Some, Matthew said, and walked off. Sam came with her as she walked to the house at the back of the rectory. This man was young to be a priest, but was a hunter too. He seemed cool. Too bad he was dead. She could have teamed up with him. His little house was a hunter's dream, Next to the wall, he had a crossbow with only a sharpened wooden stake, no metal barb. She picked it up and tested the weight. Something in her liked it. She set it down on the wooden bench. She'd take it. He'd want her to have it and they'd just burn it. She went around the small house. It was very neat and tidy, yet only held Bibles, books, and weapons. He had a very large collection of knives and seemed to have one hiding under everything in the house, all marked with the sign of the cross. He seemed ready for an attack, but it had gotten him anyway. Sam turned to her.
This is probably it.
Sam had searched under the mattress, and there was a battered old leather-bound diary. It looked like the Indiana Jones Grail diary. It was very old and worn.
Matthew said most hunters have one. It's tradition.
Sam said, trying to be helpful. He also had a laptop which she would give to Carl. Sam tossed her the diary and she caught it. She looked at the front. It had the outline of a candle on it, and it was lit, shining a few beams into the dark. She was scared, but she flipped it open. Inside it said property of Randall Hewson, and she saw he was indeed pretty damn good at art. It was more of a visual diary. If someone found it, they might think it was for Dungeons and Dragons or something. On one of the well-worn pages was a hand drawing of a vampire. She had seen their faces when they attacked the Spriggan and the girl Madeline. It spoke of them and had a few pages of ones he killed. She saw there was other weird shit, mermaids, the seed, as it calls Spriggans, ghouls, witches, and more. This was what she had needed, and then she flipped to a page and stopped. In the middle was a drawing that went over the centerfold. She showed it to Sam, who had come up behind her. On the page stood the picture of a gargoyle, its wings outstretched and yellow eyes glaring. It had claws, and another drawing showed its feet. In close-up, she looked at Sam. So a gargoyle, then?
Looks like it. Damn, that is weird. Is this what you do? Are you a hunter too?
She guessed she was now. She walked to the laptop and shoved it in a bag, then gave the diary to Sam. She then strapped the crossbow over her shoulder on a strap it had and took one of the knives. They turned to walk out and Sam locked the door. As she walked past, she stepped past his body. I'm sorry, Randall, but I'll get it for you, I promise.
Kenris. She had waited for the right time and flown home. It was easy enough. She was the master of her form, and shrank it and let her wings grow, and no one saw her. Also, she was dark. It was dark, and she moved very fast for a big thing. Only Christians could see her, and they normally didn't. If it was too far, she simply changed back into her human form and caught the train home or got a taxi. But she hated looking like the humans. It was an insult to her kind, and she hadn't brought any clothes anyway. She knew the police would come and examine the body, and that would mean the vampires would learn of her involvement. But those rats tended to leave her alone. She didn't need to kill humans to live like they did, and she, as such, they left her to her own ways and devices. If she killed a person, it was normally one like this, and they hated the candle makers a lot more than her. They would have killed him too, and really she'd just saved them some work. Right now she was back waiting and watching. Her home was a very old church. It was in the city. It had been built in the 1720s, and it had been designed by a man called Wren. It was built when the area of Camden was still farms and rural. Yet it had a gargoyle. She loved it. It was perfect. It looked fierce and strong. People had expected to see it. So when she had taken its place, no one had really known or cared. She was a maker and had helped to make the mountains and the lands. She had been tricked by her sister and used her powers to make her army of stone warriors. After she was stripped of her power and cast down, she carried on for so long without form. Then they came, the human beings. Many of her kind tricked them to let them in, or they took dead ones and tied themselves to a rotting form. Yet not her. She saw what they created. Things of stone and wood that were built like powerful fighters. Forms to get revenge. Things of nightmares that she wanted to give. She remembered when she had first found a form and joined with it. It had taken years of trying, but slowly her power returned and she could craft her form again. She couldn't make herself bigger, but smaller, so she could fly and take the guise of the humans too. The church, her home, was abandoned now. It was falling apart and crumbling behind sheets of white plastic and metal beams of support. It was protected because it was old, and now they just had forgotten about it. She sat not looking out, but looking inwards. There were a few people who came and went. An old man slept here often. She smelled him, but he was mad, or so they thought, and his words of her were unheard. She waited until it was late, and she crept from the lead roof. She leaped down into the church, using her heavy wings to glide gently down. She landed on the floor and looked around. She was alone. She let her body grow until she was tall and strong again. Every day and every night she guarded it and watched it. It was a statue much like her, a fine carved gargoyle or grotesque, and she reached a clawed hand out to it. She touched its sneering and snapping face. "Soon, sister, soon." Time had come for her to act. She was too good at waiting, but too good. She could spend a month or a year just watching and sitting, thinking of things, and would realize the season had passed. But she had to wake her sister now. She'd been near to death when she was cast down. No one thought of that. They had lost the last in a series of epic battles, and she, along with her clan, had picked the wrong side. She still remembered that day. She fought as they all fought. No lines of battle, no tactics, other than us against them. Yet she had been convinced by her sister life would be better under Lucifer's rule. She'd risen up, and in one day she realized her mistake. She'd used her powers to make her followers' bodies to fight, but it was no help. She had fought that day at the new front against a number of them. She had beaten one, Callan Hemdale. She remembered slashing his face with her blade, and then a woman came at her. She had her sword, of course, and lunged out with it. She was so fast and strong. She had blocked it. She had different weapons and armor. She was a guardian. She remembered her sister coming up behind her, and as she walked towards her, no expression on her face but maybe a sadness.
"Give up, sister."
Yet Maleficus had slashed out at her with all her force, lunging forward. Yet the bitch leapt into the air. She came down, her blade slashing down with all her power. Maleficus blocked it before her, but it broke her sword. The blade sunk into her shoulder, and bright blood came out. She fell to her knees, holding her sister. She put her hand up as the woman raised her bloody blade at her. "Mercy, please."
"It won't be. This will be a fate much worse than death."
She was cast down to earth by that angel, and so was her sister, bleeding and broken in her arms. She had been cut with a sword first and was near death. She nursed her for 1,000 years, until the humans came and made a statue. She knew with her power she could take it, and she put her sister in one, slid her into it like a body. It was a crude carving of wood. The humans were crude beings, but they worshipped it and gave them both strength. They had passed from form and bodies, and her idiot sister had taken a girl and been burned as a witch. Now she barely lived. Her sister, a spirit in a form. Yet after years of searching, she had the answer to wake her. She focused on the form of the girl she had killed. She carried her bones in her stone belly and could be her if she wanted. She thought of her hair and form, her look and smile. She blinked, and her large stone body turned. She was the girl, of course. She was no longer stone. She could touch and feel, but she was still strong. She'd always been strong. She walked out from the room to the left and found her room. She slid on her human clothes. They had not gotten much better than the 1920s, she thought. She liked wearing dresses and hats and being pretty. Now it was all pants and jackets. She went to her pile of clothes in the darkened room and got dressed. She didn't feel the cold and could wear what she want. She put on a nice dress, some stockings, a bonnet and her leather shoes. She would like a nice house and would be glad to move when they were awake. She took a wallet from her collection in a suitcase. She had to pay for things, and she wanted out of the room. She walked through the garden, out into the main room of the church, and through the pews and things. Even now, years after it had fallen, she felt a tinge. She knew she shouldn't be there, but she could push through. She walked toward and out the large doors. The homeless man lived on these stairs, and she liked scaring him. "Hello, Frank," she said to him, and let her eyes glow yellow. The old homeless man had straggly hair that was thin on top, a big gut. She knew not how he afforded to keep being fat, and he shielded his face in terror. She walked past him, holding her nose from the smell of him, and trotted down the crumbling stairs. He was stubborn and stupid like all humans. He was scared of her, as he should be. Yet he still came back every few nights when it was very cold or the rain poured down. Still she would just torment him. She'd never kill him, and the cold would. She would never kill him because he had nothing she needed and was no threat. He was as they all were, little bugs crawling around. Busy ants unaware the worlds they were building were tiny things that fit inside of God's hand. The hunter she had killed had gotten onto her trail because of her discovery. Her discovery was the internet. She walked out of the church, threw back the plastic cover and walked out under the scaffolding. She was pretty. She had long black hair, was skinny and young. She liked being pretty. Not that she'd let any of the humans ever touch her. Still, she didn't want them to look down on her. They loved the way they looked and hated the old and the fat. She walked out to the street and walked down the road. Where she lived was near Camden Town, and she walked along the river for a few blocks, in the darkness and up onto the street. A pretty girl like her, nice face, long hair, innocent looking, should be careful walking around. Yet if someone tried to mug her or rape her, she'd rip their spine out through their chest. She wanted it to happen in a way, and it tended to once every few years or so. She had lived in London many hundred of years, and before this girl she was someone else. Men had gotten smarter, but they were still animals. She knew they all thought of sex all the time. She walked out onto the street and turned left. There was a pub nearby, called the Harp, and she went to the wooden door and pushed it in. She went to the counter and ordered a beer. She took it and went into the smoking area. She sat down and looked around. A few people sat smoking and were talking. Hipsters. She liked this age. There were so many sinners around. No one went to church and everyone drank. Also, they had a thing called Wi-Fi. She pulled out her bag, and from it she pulled out her iPad. This thing was truly amazing. And in a way she understood why God loved his humans. She had seen them go from caveman to this. Now she turned it on. It knew the pub's free code, and she connected to the internet. The internet was everything they knew in one place, or so she had thought. Now she knew it was mostly lies, but some truth came through. Also, she knew where to go. She just needed some more info. As she went to Google, she typed in, "Girl saved by guardian angel." The articles began to load, and she found the one she was after. It was on a site called God's News, or something, and they had a lot of them. Stories of angels saving people. A lot were made up, some just luck or chance, yet some she knew were the real work of her former kind. She had been an angel after all. a few billion years ago, give or take. She was a maker, not a guardian, but she could see their hands in some of the stories. She knew what they were allowed to do. She went to the article and read it again. Basically, it was long and overblown, but the crux was this girl, Jessica Harrison, and it used her real name, Dumb, was jogging near her house in Kent, and as she almost jogged past a green light, yet she heard a voice say stop, she did, and a car just went right through a red light and missed her. It would have got her, and they had a red light camera. It was a pretty good one, she thought. She had looked into a few fakes, but this sounded good. Nice Christian girl, believer already, and a miracle that could have very easily been chance or luck. She knew that's what angels did. They had a little checklist. They couldn't go around proving the existence of God. They had to be sneaky. They gave result if it could be chance or something else, like chemotherapy or instinct. She took a sip of her beer, looked at the clock and waited. She had waited for nearly an hour when a guy walked in right up to her. He had a pint of beer in his hand and sat down next to her.
Sorry I am late. You well?
Yes, thank you. Any luck? He smiled.
Of course.
He looked like a hacker, and indeed he was. She had found him on the darknet. It was the secret internet. This computer, tablet she'd stolen was on it, and his ad was just there. She had used him 3 times now, and he was a reliable sort. For a criminal. He had scruffy hair, a hoodie, and was pale and sicky. His hoodie had some name on it that she thought was a game. It said PhysOps Shooter. He has never said his name, nor had she, but she understood what they were doing was against the law. He smiled at her and took out a computer from his bag. It was big and powerful, and he opened it. It was going in a second.
So I have her address as usual and where she goes to school and jogs.
Thank you. How would you like your payment?
Cash is fine, just like always.
Vicky. More than ever, she was amazed. She sat with a beer in her hand, and she looked through the journal of Randall, the hunter priest, and read his words. It seemed he wrote a lot about the things he was hunting. He drew pictures of them, described how best to kill them and how he found them. He'd been a very busy man. He was more of an exorcist than a hunter. He'd only killed a few monsters and seemed more to focus on expelling demons. It was easier to exorcise the demon controlling a body than kill a vampire for most non-angel possessed people. Maybe that's why he was a priest. She really had to start going to church. She read and sipped her drink. She could hear Carl tapping away at the man's computer.
It's going to be hard work.
She knew nothing about hacking, but her own laptop, a pink Mac, had a password, and she assumed even that would be hard to break into. The main thing he'd taught her about hacking was it was a lot harder and more boring than advertised. Why?
Willa's password I got pretty easily. I just installed a different operating system, so we went right past it, but all his files are encrypted, or all the ones that look good.
In TV shows they just broke through encryption. Carl said that was bullshit. It certainly wasn't happening with a laptop that cost £700 brand new. Will, we need clues as to the location of his killer. It's clearly this gargoyle, but the diary has no address. It sounded mad, but was clearly it. The footprints were plain as day. He'd been killed by a big stone creature and no one had seen it.
Anything in the diary about them?
Yeah, actually, he says about what they are, and there is a list of people's names all crossed out.
What does it say about them?
It's not good. They are really strong, made of actual stone and can fly.
Damn.
He answered. A slight smile. He still thought this was cool. Sometimes.
Any tips on killing them?
Not really, but it looks like he was planning to try exorcise it from the statue. It's not. It's real body. It's a fallen angel like everything else. She had to learn more about exorcism. She felt it might not work on stone. Why would God help you evict something from a statue? There was no free will being violated. He let them come down here, and that might be seen as okay, except for the murder.
What are the names? Read one out.
He had given up on cracking the computer and set it aside. His own computer was sitting there. It had been plugged into the other with some cable. He opened the screen and she spoke. Richard and Vivian Dawson. The name was crossed out, red pen. It looked rather final.
Come look.
She stood up and walked to his computer. She looked at the screen and saw an article. It was from a murder that was only a month ago. She looked at it and saw it was in the Sun online. So major news. It was the scene of a violent home invasion. It said someone came in and killed them both when they were asleep. Both stabbed and the house robbed. It looked pretty gruesome, and she got that angel bad feeling as she looked at the photos. Cover up?
You could ask Matthew, would he tell you the truth?
Maybe I think they want it dead. It's a rogue after all. And he seems pretty keen on killing anything that's not them. He says he thinks he knows it and will send me a file on it. He started to work. He had access to the police raw files and photos of the crime scene. They flicked through and they looked. The people had been stabbed and the house was trashed, but it looked like whoever had done it was mad with rage. There were holes in the wall and she looked at a photo. It was the back door. It was kicked in, but the lock was smashed and the frame. She saw it was deadbolted.
That's a hell of a kick or a hammer.
Want to go have a look? He just stood up and closed the lid of his computer. She drove in her beast of a Land Rover to the house. She didn't know what she was expecting, maybe the door hanging off or something, but it was just nice and normal. It was in Kent, and actually pretty near to her mother's house. The house was 2-story, nice and large. It was totally dark, and stepping out, she went to the back of the car. She opened it up and looked. Carl laughed.
Damn, you're cool. It's like the car in Supernatural.
The back was filled with weapons. The chainsaw, machete, knives, the crossbow and shotgun. Her pistol was in her pocket, as was the taser. He had the other pistol. They had no training, but after he'd been stabbed, the gun made him feel better. It was beyond illegal in the UK. Any of this would get you 5 years, but she worked for demon lawyers, so there was that.
I'm fine with the gun.
Don't draw it until we're inside. She took her trusty machete and slid it into the sheath on her back. Then she closed the door. They pulled out some big hitting people torches, and she shined the path to the back door. It was fixed and new. Inside was dark and empty. She looked at the deadbolt and the door.
Well, that's that.
Let's see if she's willing. She pulled out her knife and pressed the handle to the metal of the deadbolt, and the door groaned. Then it popped out with a crack and landed onto the floor. She opened the door and swung it wide. Guess she's keen to explore.
Good old Val.
He'd been a bit scared of her for a few days once they got back. Still, he had actually talked to it. That being said, things had changed. She was very close to her now. She had dreams almost nightly of her life as a warrior angel, and she would help her do mundane things like the lock. That was far out of the guidelines of protect her, maybe protecting her from not getting inside. Her guardian was much more than that now. Still, she had to get things when she could just reach for a beer from the fridge and it would come to her like the Force. That was still the dream. She walked through the house and shining the torch, she looked at the fridge. It was a sad sight. On it was a photo of 3 smiling people, the smiling parents and a teenage girl. She was in their arms looking happy. She seemed like she was about 19. They walked around the living room and Carl stopped, his torch on a statue. It sat on the counter. He laughed and passed it to her. It was a little fat white angel. It had a bow and seemed like it was a cupid. As she cast her torch around, she gasped. The whole thing was just so tacky. It was a tacky angel explosion. Cushions with pictures, frames, things on the wall, heaps of statues. She was stunned. Even on the wall was some scripture about true believers getting an angel to protect them. Better than clowns. Suddenly the main light was on and brightly filled the room. Her eyes squinted, and before her was that girl, the ones from the photo. She was holding a big kitchen knife in her shaking hands, kind of pointed at them. She had nothing out, nor did Carl, but he looked at the blade and took a step back.
I've called the cops.
She sounded so scared.
Okay, that's good. Look, sorry we didn't know anyone still lived here.
I'm 19, and I had to clean it up. They don't do that, you know.
And had tears running down her face. That was rough. She assumed it was right. Had this girl had to clean up the blood from her parents' murder? Damn, they should have an agency for that. Carl didn't go for the gun. He lowered the torch that was shining in her eyes.
Look, she is a PI. We have come because another man was killed, and he had the name of your parents in a book. He thinks they were targeted.
The girl lowered the knife and looked at Vicky.
It is my fault all this happened. If you promise not to hurt me, I'll tell you.
Carl pulled out his wallet and gave her his ID.
Look, I'm Carl Hurst and this is my fiancée Victoria. We won't hurt you.
That was a smart idea. The girl set the knife down and relaxed a lot.
What about the police?
It's fine, I'll handle it. You go talk.
Carl walked out the front of the house and pulled out his phone. She assumed he'd call Matthew and try get it handled. She walked with the girl into her kitchen. She was scared and her hands were shaking, but she seemed nice and she put the kettle to boil without asking. She had long black hair and she realized she was just 5 years or so younger than her, yet she seemed so young. Well, tragedy did that. She sat.
I'm Rachel or Rach, so what do you want to know? You have questions.
Anything religious? The man killed was a priest, and he had your parents' name. I saw all the angel stuff. Extreme. The girl looked like she was scared to tell her, but looked at the machete, the cross around her neck, scar on her neck, and oddly that made her trust her.
My mother was obsessed with angels, as you saw. She's was Christian, but way too much into angels anyway. She always said she had a guardian angel and had this story of when she was a kid in the bath and almost drowned. But her dad ran up because he had a bad feeling and saved her. It had stayed with her since.
She said it all in a rush. Vicky just nodded like it was her saying what school she went to.
Well, I never believed her right. It was a silly hobby. She was obsessed, always wanting angel stuff on her birthday anyway when I was away at uni. This guy I met was doing a blog about crazy beliefs and funny stuff, and I told him about my mum. He put a few pics of the house I had. I thought it was a joke, silly mum, you know, and no one would read a blog, like 100 people.
This made no sense. Someone targeted her because they thought she had a guardian angel. Maybe some demon wanted to kill those who had been saved. It might be fun for them. Then what?
Well, the article got really big and everyone was making fun of my mum, and I hated it. I mean, I don't believe. But it was harmless, right, anyway. Then I get a call from the police to come in. The house is ruined, my dad and mum dead, and there was a message on the wall in blood, but that never got to the papers and I knew it was my fault.
What did it say?
Liar!
The girl said and started crying.
Kenris. Last time she had been rash. Last time she had been hasty. She had believed the internet when it said this woman had a guardian angel. So she had gone dressed as the girl, went with a knife in her hand, syringe in the other, and went to find out. She had gone to all the effort of getting their address from the hacker, and then she struck. She could remember it clearly. The house was like a shrine of tackiness to angels, and she thought surely it must be true. The woman seemed to know about them for sure. She had crept up the stairs and to the end of the hallway. They hadn't heard her break the door and they still slept. It was a big house. She remembered looking at them sleep. 2 stupid humans. She looked around. Nothing. No glowing white. No angel. No tether. She was filled with rage. She had been so quiet and careful. So pointless. As she stood, the man woke and he looked right at her. Bad luck for him. He was at the edge near her and his blue eyes locked onto hers. What choice did she have really? She'd left the message of liar because she was so mad at them. Now she would do things properly. At least she'd broken into the house and it looked like a crime they committed against each other. She had used a knife and not just broken their necks. Seemed as seen TV. Still never again would she waste her time like before. Now she watched the girl. Jessica. She was parked on the edge of a large building that was a university, and she jogged around. She was a fair way away, perhaps 30 meters. The girl wouldn't be able to see her, yet she could see her, and that was good. Not only did she need a guardian angel, she needed the right type. She had come to see there were 2 kinds. One was sort of freelance. They floated around near places like churches and helped people. Second, and what she needed, was a tethered one. It was attached to the person and would help them where it could. Of course they did very little. They too had orders not to show their hands and prove God's existence. They could only be effective if the person was a really deep believer and already knew. Then they could show off a bit. She watched now as Jessica jogged around the track. She was fit and wore leggings. She had her black hair back in a ponytail, and floating along behind her was a glowing white mass. As she jogged on, so did it float along. She looked damn hard, and she saw it clearly in the tether. She was no liar, this girl. She looked around the track and it was empty. It was cold, and this girl was a bit nuts. She was a bit too brave, really. She lived close, that's why she did it. Angels did have forms if they wanted or not. It didn't have one now, so was just dragged by the tether, lazy. She would waste no time. She wanted to test her theory. She flew from the building, gliding on stone wings, and she beat them, going higher and higher. She had incredible eyesight and looked down at the girl. She jogged on and then stopped a second. The girl stopped, pulled out a water bottle to take a sip. She dived down from a height. She felt the wind whipping past her face and skin, and it felt good. She turned her big body. She'd land feet first, claws first, and rip the girl in half. It would be horrid but effective. As she came down, moving her wings, the bloody girl looked up, screamed, and jumped backward with a cry. She hit the ground hard, and the shockwave went through her. No soft body to take the hit. No one heard her, she was warned. Should have guessed it would try help her. She stepped towards the girl, and like the priest, she crawled back along the ground. She stalked to her and grabbed her ankle hard. She let her claws dig into her dripping blood from the wound. The girl screamed, and she slowly lifted her up. She had her now, and she would just take her. She could find out if it worked with her dead on the floor. As the girl turned in the air, she had her keys in her hand, like a little set of claws, and she slashed at the hand holding her. That bloody angel, she could barely see it. It was a white cloud, but it gave the keys force, and they ripped into her stone arm. It was more shock than damage. She dropped the girl, and in a second, she was running back toward the school. She watched her running fast, the white cloud of the angel going after her. She looked at her claws, covered in the girl's blood. That was enough. She closed her hand around the blood and flew high up into the air, letting her body change to the bat as she climbed. She came through the roof of her church and let herself hit the floor hard. She turned her body back and went to the statue that held her sister. She touched her again. She was so excited. Finally she had it. Angel blood was strong stuff and one could not really touch it. Angels lived in the heavenly plane and she on the human one and spectral. She was cast from heaven and that realm and now saw only a portion. Some could see the outline of an angel, but many not. Still humans that were near them every day since young. Their blood gained a part of the power. It was always close to the angel, and that was a lot. She took the cloth of blood and rubbed it into her sister's clawed hand, like she would a varnish, until it soaked into the stone. She glared at that hand for only a moment, and the stone finger twitched in life. She laughed out loud and then felt tears stinging her eyes. Finally, she wouldn't be alone. She just needed to get more.
Vicky. She sat with Carl and she made herself think about this thing. It had killed the man Randall, maybe because he was a hunter, and it had destroyed that family clearly because of the angel connection she guessed. Still, she had no idea where it was or why it was doing what it did. She felt likely she'd have to wait for it to strike again for her to get closer, but she had no wish to do that. In movies, they tracked killers once they killed, and this already had a body count of 3. She had a file and she looked at it. It said Kenris the Maker, and she read it once again. The team at Eternal thought it was her, because she was the only gargoyle they knew of and she was pretty dangerous. She saw the file said rank general, but she had no idea what that meant.
What can she do?
It said the stone wasn't her real form, but what she took to fight well. Be a gargoyle, a big bat, or turn into a girl?
A naked girl.
He said, laughing. It doesn't say, who knows?
Maybe she has magic pants like the Hulk.
Not the point.
Anywhere. About. Or why.
The file had nothing about where she might be, or why she might kill someone. The only chance they had was to find out more about the hunter priest. Why was he a target? As she looked at the file, she heard a buzz at the door. She leaned out of the window and looked down and saw what looked like a delivery man. She went to her buzzer and pressed it. Yes?
Delivery for Victoria Richardson.
She hated she was so tense now, but she was getting no bad feelings. She hadn't ordered anything from Amazon Prime, but she buzzed it up. Carl stood off in the hall, machete in hand. This was their life now, as the royal mailman gave her a big letter. She thanked him and had it ripped open by the time Carl came to her. Inside was a letter, or rather a piece of card. It was rich papers, bone-coloured, and had an embossed candle on it, in gold. It looked expensive. She held it out. Victoria Richardson and Carl Hurst, you are invited to a members' meet and greet at the Candle Club, 420 Fleet Street, 6:30 p.m. tonight. She looked at Carl and held up the diary. It was the same candle. 421 Fleet Street, that was a big money address. Any club there wasn't a nightclub, it would be more likely a gentleman's clubs, like she'd been to with her father. The Admiral's Club, all old men, cigars and leather couches, they still existed, unchanged for hundreds of years.
Cool, we going?
Should I? She felt no worry, it was her choice, but not any more dangerous than her life. Sure, maybe they hired this hunter, we might finally be meeting the real-world version of the Watchers Council.
Awesome. Should I wear my suit?
In the end, she wished she had asked him to wear a suit. She went wearing a leather jacket and black pants. She had a pistol in her pocket and was ready for a fight. Yet as they got off at the station and walked to the door of the building, she felt this was all a big mistake. The club was a 3-story building with 4 white columns, not big, but in Fleet Street, and would have cost a few million, like 10 or 20. There was a porter at the door, a well-dressed man in an expensive-looking red suit. They walked up to him, and he had the door open in a flash. No invite shown, just open. He walked in before them and actually introduced them. And there were people milling around in there, and they stopped as he opened the door, she realized. They had told her 6:30 and them earlier. They were the main guests and had arrived well after the main party. 50 faces turned to look at her. She gasped. One of them was a PM, and another a well-known reporter. The porter spoke in a rich baritone.
Victoria Richardson and Carl Hurst, holders of the candle.
May it burn bright, the 50 strangers said, and it was terrifying. She let her hand fall to Carl's, and she reached into her pocket and held the pistol. As she did, a youngish woman came up to her. She was about 35, and everyone went back to talking and sipping gin. The place was as she imagined, but fancier. It had large oil paintings on the wall, a lot of white marble everywhere, and all the very well-dressed people had fine drinks and fine smiles. The woman walked up to her, and she shook their hands with a relaxed ease. She seemed so confident and strong. She was about 30, and with very nice black hair and a red dress.
Hello both, and thanks for coming at such short notice, but it is such a trying time. I am Jennifer Warburton. You can call me Jenny.
She recognized her now. She was rich, like Aeth in line for the throne rich. Call me Jenny, she doubted it. She saw her a fair bit in the tabloid, but mostly for charity or being rich and pretty. She seemed young to be running this. She was about 30. Victoria looked at her, looked at all the people, and then slowly around and had just one question. What am I doing here? The woman laughed and took her hand. She led her through the crowd into a large side room. It was classic club. Fireplace, men and women talking, all finely dressed, sitting in leather seats. But the woman looked up. Above a vast fireplace of dark wood and silver was a painting. An oil done of a woman in fine dress, with a shotgun, it said. Genevieve Richardson. The woman looked at her.
Your great-grandmother and our co-founder.
Kenris. She'd done too good a job of terrifying the girl. She had no idea what it would have been like to be a normal human, worried about grades at school, boys in her class, and the fat on her belly. To worrying if a demon from the sky was going to rip you apart, or you were losing your young mind and making it all up. Needless to say, Jessica was as scared as a rabbit being stalked by a malicious eagle, and she barely left her rooms, looking to the sky in fear, yet not telling a soul for fear. It was mental illness. She had incredible vision. She could sit on a rooftop that was almost a mile away, in her stony form, safe from her return sight, glaring at her target and watching her. She knew she would never get close again. The girl wouldn't tell others what had happened. Maybe she was too scared to believe it herself. She still avoided it happening again. No more jogging, never alone. Always in the sun and with people. She wasted days watching and watching. Finally, she knew to do it, she'd have to take her human form. She had obtained the device to do it. It was from the hospital, a bag with a needle that filled with blood, and she had 3 bags. She'd drain her while her guardian looked on and did naught. It would be funny in a way. Her being special was what would be her downfall. She knew her university, and in a way loved humans for thing like this. A demon from the sky had come at her. And instead of fleeing and getting the villagers to get pitchforks, she continued her classes, thinking she had gone mad, but trying to forget about it and move on. It was the same for those that indeed saw slices of the supernatural. They just dismissed them. The girl was tough or too modern. She had no idea, but she had a guardian angel, and it acted like she knew. She was a strong believer, it seemed, yet a modern one, and while she loved Jesus and sung for him on the weekend, she couldn't bring herself to believe in things like her. She acted like she wasn't a monster, and she proved of all her weapons. Claws, strength, speed, patience was one of her most dangerous. She knew Jessica's class schedule. It was online and open to all. She knew when she went running from one building to the next, like the scared rabbit she was. Looking to the sky, waiting for her. It was funny, almost Jessica loved the undercover things, and she walked to her car in the park. All she had to do was wait at it, and eventually she came back. The gotta-pee theory of assassination worked with people's cars as well. She looked at her car, almost ran to it in fear. By this time, she was almost sick for the girl. She was tired for her. She waited in the darkness near a wall, her foot up. The girl had her keys in her hand again like a claw, and she turned, frantic, as she walked from the shadows. Jessica actually sighed in relief when she saw it was just a young girl like her. She smiled at her. Her best "I'm not going to hurt you" smile.
You okay?
She asked, and kept walking as she spoke. Before she could answer, she was a few more steps toward her, and she grabbed her head in her hand. Her strong fingers went into her black hair, and cradling her head back, she smashed it into the doorframe of her car. She heard a dull sound, as his skull hit metal and the girl's eyes went out. She dropped to her knees as she lost consciousness. She looked around her. It was late and she was safe. She set down her black backpack and pulled out the bags. She looked at the girl. That was easy. She laid Jessica out as best she could. She helpfully wore jeans and a t-shirt, but had a thick jacket on. She took off her jacket and even wrapped it up and put it under her bleeding head like a pillow. She was so kind. She took the needle and stabbed it into the pale and soft flesh of her elbow joint. The thin needle stabbed in, and like magic, the clear plastic bag slowly started to fill with her deep red blood. She could almost feel the power in it, and she looked around. The angel watched her, helpless. It had a form now and a face. He was a male, and she glared at him. "You're to blame for this." Hurting his feeling was the least she could do. She filled one bag, then two, then three. She put the sloshing things into her backpack and slid it onto her back. As she walked away from the girl, her body had started to convulse and shake. Her skin was pale white, and lips had almost gone a pale blue color. She'd be dead soon. But that was okay. She once again made her slow way home. She went to the train station at the university, and then to Camden near her house, and started to walk home. As she did, she looked around and saw there were a lot of people. It was the weekend. She saw, as she walked up the street, a man and a woman came staggering out of a bar. He was a bit drunk and she helped him. She smiled at her, as if to say, what would he do without me? They both were young and handsome, both them cool, no doubt wearing things like leather jackets and tight pants. She walked on, ignoring the girl and the man, trying to bury her rage. Why should they be happy? She was glad that this was finished for a while, but she was beyond excited. Her life had been so lonely and empty for so long. She actually didn't let herself feel hope. Not yet. She'd feel hope when her sister was back. She walked up the canal for a few blocks, and there were people, but they were more of the weekend and not out to make trouble. Not yet. It was only 10 p.m. She walked to her church and threw back the white plastic sheets. It was late and Frank, the homeless man, was asleep on the stairs. As she walked past him, she gave him a sharp kick in the stomach. He woke with a cry of fear and pain as her hard foot bit into him. She glared at him with yellow eyes and shouted in her best demon voice,
Piss off!
He gathered up his things and scurried like a rat out of her path. Why was he always coming back, that stubborn bastard? She walked through the doorway into the main room. She walked through the church and into the courtyard. The garden was as always, overgrown and pretty. Her heart was beating faster now. She was so happy, but had to hold it might not work. She dropped her bag at the feet of her sister. She was her little sister, and this statue was a bit smaller than her. Sadly, it had a broken wing, but she could fix that. Other than that, she was whole. She took out her cloth and the first bag of blood. She ripped the top with razor teeth and let the blood bubble out onto the cloth, like varnish on a rag. Once again she rubbed it into her sister's stone skin, but now it was a lot more blood. It soaked into her stone skin, and she gasped as it came alive in seconds. It was still grey, but it had the grey of living stone like her. She ran it all over her finger and hand. Her hand closed and opened again. She rushed now. She ran the rag over her legs, arms, face wings. She ripped open the other bags, and as she handed one to her sister, her hand closed around it and her yellow eyes opened. Drink it. They didn't drink blood generally. They had no need, but this would help, she knew that. Her sister put it to her animal face and let the human angel blood pour down her throat. She watched as it brought the rest of her to life. Her claws were sharp, and she was strong, yet her wings were stunted, one was broken off. She looked back at it. She moved them both in and out, clearly broken. Sorry, sister. She was in her human form, and it looked at her. Neither was their true form. She hadn't seen her sister for years, yet these gargoyles were close to what they looked like. Nightmares given to human sculptors.
Kenris, is that you?
She let herself change. At least the other form was strong, and her sister knew her as a warrior. She turned from the human to the demon. Proud wings, sharp claws, pointed face and teeth. It is me. Do you like your new body? She slashed out with clawed hand, quick and strong.
It is fine. How long have I been gone?
Maybe 200 years. Many things have changed. The human are much more advanced and the bloodsuckers are trying to rule us. Her sister gave a laugh.
Will, that's bad for them. Thanks for bringing me back again.
The massive stone body hugged her, and she hugged it back. It felt good. She wasn't going to be alone anymore. Her sister looked around and seemed surprised.
Are we in a church? How?
It's been abandoned for over 50 years. The powers of the blessing fail. She saw her sister looking down at her own hands, opening and closing them. Then she turned and looked around the garden. In it stood 8 other statues. She hadn't seen them before, but they were all strong and tall, powerful things. She'd crafted them herself, and all around them were the tools of her trade, large pieces of rock, a hammer and chisel. Now she worked by hand.
Who are they?
Our new soldiers.
Can you wake them?
No, I don't have the power. Her sister looked back at her hand.
We need more of that blood.
Vicky. She sat sipping on maybe the best tasting gin and tonic she'd ever had in her life, trying to process all of this. Not only had her great-grandmother not been crazy, as everyone said, she was the co-founder of this group, which seemed like a secret society or club for rich people, or rich people who hired demon hunters. So what is this group or club?
Well, you might not know, but your great-grandmother was a foremost exorcist, and we all do some work in that field. We are Christians who fight demons and evil.
Carl gulped on his drink, and so did she. It very much like they were a charity group or nothing special. Carl had Randall's diary and handed it to her.
Was he one of you?
The lady waved her hand to a waiter, and he brought up a chair. He slid it down, so she sat and could talk to them as they sat in the couch.
Indeed, Randall Hewson, a member of the Candlemakers, and working actively on a case that involved some...
As she spoke, a man had walked over. He was around 40 and fit-looking. He had strong black hair and smiled at them. He was dressed less formally than everyone else and had a cane, which looked like it might hold a sword. He wasn't leaning on it, yet held it lightly and ready. The head of the cane was also ivory, which made Vicky hate him right away.
Jenny, they haven't joined yet, and we don't discuss our business with outsiders.
She actually tutted in outrage. It was awesome. She had never seen a really rich and high-class person show anger, but she did with her tut of disbelief.
Genevieve's great-granddaughter is not an outsider.
She stood up and pointed around her.
Can't you see that? Her guardian. Vicky, how many demons have you killed?
It was a weird question, but if they thought all monsters were demons, it was a lot. Maybe 15. Do mermaids count? Now a crowd of people had gathered. In fact, everyone in the whole place had gathered around. The man looked at her, and she didn't like him at all. He, too, was someone she should know. He was maybe someone from a TV show about animals. He looked like a rich aristo hunter of big game, and maybe this was a new thrill. He was like that hunter man from Jumanji.
And she also works for Eternal, the worst of them.
How did he know that she thought? Then she guessed they had probably been following her. She'd no doubt been on their radar for a very long time. She stood. Look, don't help me. What do I care? I intend to destroy that gargoyle with or without you. I don't need your help. I have her. The woman smiled.
Who?
Encouraging her. Valeria?
Valeria of the Holy Light.
Carl said as if it was a rank in D&D. Now they gasped, everyone was watching now, and they all really believed not only in monsters, but God. They were religious, and they believed in her. Jenny smiled to the group.
Stop all crowding around. I know this is very exciting, but you'll see Vicky and Carl more. Give them time to calm down.
As she watched the crowd dispersed, taking up drinks and old conversations. The man also walked away, not giving a name or anything. Jenny looked at her.
It's odd, but some of these men still act like it's the 1890s. Anyway, we brought you here for a reason.
She guessed she wanted her to join. That would be good. She would like to have someone to speak to about all of this, and she guessed they had a crazy good library. Also, it would be pretty cool to be friends with the Lady Jenny Warburton. She might meet the royals. She wouldn't care, but her mother would have a meltdown. What's that? She smiled.
We'd like you to join us, of course. We meet once a month and discuss things. Yet some of our members are more active. They are paid by a collection of dues. Now we also have offer sponsorships to pay for training and such.
You ask your members to pay for other members' training?
Yes, and we organise it anyway, Vicky. I have asked, and have enough interest to offer you training in either the hunter or exorcism streams, ongoing.
It was amazing. They wanted to give her training to be a better hunter. Right now she was lame in a fight and would gladly learn some more. She didn't want to learn about exorcism. It was for priests, she thought. She was happy just to kick ass. Sounds good, thanks.
That's fine, we can start whenever you like. I can organise teachers for you. What do you prefer?
Hunting is good. The woman seemed disappointed, but smiled and then turned to Carl.
Now you.
He once again gulped. Carl thought he was the handbag. This was happening a lot, but it seemed they wanted him. He did have skills and knew all about this world. He'd also not had a nervous breakdown yet, which had to count for something.
We need investigators who know the truth and won't let the law interfere. We have studied a few of your cases, and if you want work, you can have it. Just tell me what hours you want to do.
Jenny smiled at them.
This has been a lot. Why don't I give you some time? Please mingle, say hi to the others, and do find me later.
Then she was gone. She walked off, and in moments was chatting to someone in German. Carl looked at her and started laughing. He looked around them.
This is so cool. A demon-fighting secret society of rich people.
She laughed. She's sweet. Too bad about what's his name.
Yeah, he was a cock, so you're going to learn to kick ass?
It's free, and if I am going to be getting into fights, I might as well learn how.
And what about Eternal? I doubt they'd like us being here.
We won't tell them. She did as Jenny asked. She and Carl mingled with the other people, and she was blown away by this group. It was a seriously powerful collection of people who all believed in God and demons and spoke about them openly. It was nice she got invited to church by one lady and asked to join a book club by another. It wasn't really her thing, but it was nice to be invited. After a good amount of time mingling and they'd met almost everyone, she went back to Jenny. She was talking to that man again. He walked off as they came up, looking at her hard. What's that about?
Nothing good, but don't worry about it. We'll start you off slow. We can't have you getting killed your first week.
Kenris. She had left her sister at the church. She still had no human form to turn into, and the sight of a 7-foot gargoyle walking down the road would alert the locals. Once again, the men were drinking in the middle of the day, and one yelled out to her as she walked past them. He was the same one who was always there, dirty hooded top and dirty jeans. She walked on and ignored him. She had things to do. Searching for guardian angels was a hard process, and there were not very many about. She wondered about the other kind, the ones that floated around a place, like a church, and helped everyone near they needed to. Could she use them? She had assumed it needed to be tethered, but they were harder to find. Her hacker friend now had an ongoing stream of work and money. He might have thought she was crazy, but he just worked away on it. He found the reports of angels, found the people, and she'd go and have a look. Today she only had one, but it seemed like a good one. She walked to the large hospital in the city centre. It was the feature of a news article, and she was going to have a look. The article was a bit of fluff. It didn't even mention angels, but that was more often the case. That ward, the baby centre, had an odd record. For a year running, they had 23% lower infant mortality than anywhere else in the country. Some lady was doing a report and couldn't figure it out. They figured it was higher staff numbers. She knew the truth. Some guardian angel was getting bored and active. She imagined it would be hard, day after day of doing tiny things only. She went into the large double door of the hospital that opened for her and walked in. She was hit with the smell of flowers and death. A florist was right here at the doorway. and the death smell floated down to her and filled her nose. She grinned. It was a shrine of human suffering. She should come more often. It could really lift the spirits to see their crying faces as loved ones were ripped from them. She walked along the white plastic floor and stood in front of the sign. It said the ward was on the 5th floor. She hated elevators. She didn't know why. When she was in one, she always imagined turning into her stone form and crushing everyone inside. It would be so much fun, but she took the stairs and ran up them, 2 at a time. When she got to the 5th floor, she felt it. When she'd been stalking the girl, she could sense the angel, her guardian. She could see it too, just partially, the floating meddler. They didn't look like that on their plane. They looked like whatever they wanted to, and that was normally humanish. Still, this was on a different plane to her, and she only saw a glimpse. She was cut off from the heavenly realm. She walked in through the doors at the front and down the hall. She could sense it, a glowing sense of goodness and happiness. It made her sick, trying to infect her. It was a lot stronger than Jessica, and as she rounded the corner she saw why. There was the nurse's desk. A woman sat, staring ahead. Behind her the glass thing, the babies in their little boxes and incubators. And a line of glowing meddlers, not 1 or 2, but at least 5 of them. They all started and floated around in the room, touching the babies. The nurse looked at her and she smiled.
"Hello, you here to see someone?"
she asked. They had lots of room for women giving birth. These were for the weak babies. No more leaving them out in the snow like the good old days. Now they put them in a clear plastic box and tried to save them all, no matter the cost. The stupid humans were now nearing 7 billion, but needed every last one. She ignored her. She looked at the angels. This made no sense. Why were they here? It was too many. They went where people told them. They did what God asked or tried to without showing his hand. She looked at the woman. Around her neck was a little gold cross, and on her desk was a Bible. In a fit of rage, she grabbed her neck. She felt the warm skin under her strong stone hand. The woman squeaked in fear. Little mouse she was. She whispered to her, "Have you been praying for these babies?" Whatever the woman had thought she might say, it wasn't that. She was probably about to say, "We don't have any drugs." The woman was shocked, but nodded to her. As she looked, they had turned now. The glowing forms, they weren't unaware of her. She looked and saw it was useless. All the angels floated free, no human tethered. She looked at the woman, though. She had sat here, near them for who knows how long. Maybe 8 hours a day, for a few years. Maybe that was enough. It was a very high exposure, and she needed killing. Idiot mouse. She had a name tag, and she ripped it off of her blue shirt, taking some of the fabric with it. She read it Sandra, her hacker, would find her. She sneered at her and let her eyes turn yellow. The colour bleed into them as she thought of her other form. The woman gasped and pulled out her cross. "See you soon, Sandy," and set her back down. She took a few deep breaths as she walked down the stairs away from Sandy. She was angry, but she knew not why. She didn't know if the blood would work because the lady was untethered. She had been around angels a lot, and if she knew it or not, they were being sent because she prayed. So she believed. That was okay, she would kill her, and even if her blood didn't work, it would be fun. She'd seen the look of terror or her face when she had let herself change. She would see it more when she allowed herself to be seen to her glory and would rip Sandy's lungs out. She made her way home and then remembered. She had to stop by the cemetery and get a bone for her sister. She wanted her to help her next time.
Vicky. She was sitting enjoying her morning coffee and smoke out the window. when a black car pulled up into her driveway. It was a sleek and new BMW, and its slick tires crunched on the stones as it pulled in. Matthew, of course, got out of the driver's seat. He looked unhappy and he looked up at her.
She struck again.
She butted her smoke on the still and turned. Carl was there already. He hugged her.
I'll keep working on its location.
Good, we need to find it before this becomes recurring. She put her leather jacket on, slipped the pistol into her pocket and trotted downstairs. He was already in the car, with the passenger door open. He started to back up as soon as she was in and the door was closed. He had a frown or a serious look that was odd. He didn't even care about people that died, just hard work. What happened? The car turned sharply as he pulled out into the street and gunned it down the road. He went fast, but he was a good driver, obviously.
It attacked a girl and drained her blood.
What, and you're jealous?
No, but now we know what it's after, and it's bad. Also, we saw the video footage of the attack. Have a look if you like.
He handed her an iPad that had been on his lap, and she pressed the screen. It was ready with the play button showing. She pressed it and saw. It was the grainy footage of a car park. Still, she saw a view from a doorway that showed everything. One girl came up to a car, was attacked by another, who knocked her out. Then she drained her blood with a bag. It took ages, like 5 minutes, and she just did it, calm as, and left the girl. And she is alive.
Barely, but yes, a fire alarm went off and people came quickly. It was lucky, or her angel did something.
So she has one too. What is this about angels? The priest was investigating that home invasion. She had told him he still wanted nightly calls.
So this is bad. We know now what it wants.
And that was her, that girl who looks like Pippi Longstocking?
Indeed, she can take the form of someone if she has them in her.
What, that girl is in her?
Yeah, in her gut. Maybe not all of her, but a good amount.
Her world was so disgusting. Truly, demons were awful. So what does it want with the blood?
Angel blood is strong, very powerful, and human blood also. Now, blood that has been around an angel for a long time gets a taint of it. Imagine an angel is kind of like a glowing light of holy radiation, and the blood absorbs some of it.
She thought of herself. She must be glowing. So what would she do with this powerful blood? Drink it, get stronger. Angel energy drink.
Wake up the others like her. She is a maker, and no doubt wants to rebuild her army.
Of course, it's always the plan. So where are we going?
To the hospital and to see the girl. I think it's a matter of time before it comes back and tries to finish the job. Also, I want to see if you can get a sense of where it went.
She doubted the poor girl would be much help, but would try. They arrived after a decent drive. They had lapsed into silence. As she got out of the car, she looked at the hospital. It was near the university, and they drove into a disabled car park, and he stopped a car. He got out and she looked at him. Really? You're parking here?
So what?
He asked, but with a smile. She and Matthew went in and he knew where to go, it seemed. He brought some flowers at a stand and went into the lift with her, going to level 4. They went up and got out. They walked to a room that was at the end of a hall. He walked in and she looked. A man was standing there. It was the candlemaker bloke. He looked at the girl, her, and then Matthew. They knew each other, it seemed.
Get out, demon,
he said simply.
We paid for this room. You get out, Nathaniel.
So that was his name. He didn't give away that he knew her, but she hated this. She was on the wrong side, but also, he'd not told her shit about this. She flashed back to last night. His harsh words with Jenny. She looked at his clothes. A nice suit, but wrinkled. He'd been here all night, so he was nice enough.
We'll protect her.
Matthew was already on the phone, and within a minute, security from the hospital was there. The man walked to Matthew and then looked at Nathaniel.
Please, sir, this is a private room. Leave now, or I'll escort you.
Nathaniel picked up his cane and walked out. He shoved Matthew's shoulder as he did. Yet he actually winked at her when he passed. He walked out without a word. They went to the girl and she looked at her. If she was alive, it was a miracle. She was so battered and damaged. Her eyes had deep dark marks, and her skin was pale as the sheets. She had blue lips and breathed through a machine. Who was that? She asked, not taking her eyes off the girl.
A former employee, now gone rogue.
She had no idea if that was true or not. Gone rogue, is he one of you? She still didn't know really what he was.
No, just a human. Never mind. Go to her.
She went to the bedside and put her hands in the girl's. It was cold, way too cold. She felt for her, the poor girl. She'd been targeted because she was special and sweet. She sat down next to her. You going to set a guard?
Yes, but I have work to do. You want to stay for a bit, see if it comes back?
Sure. Can I borrow your iPad? He shook his head.
No patience. It's in the car and I can't be bothered going to get it. Just wait. I'll send someone later.
She had been told by Carl to try get her hands on a computer of theirs. He walked out and left her alone with Jessica. That was her name at the end of the bed. She sat by her bed and listened to her breathing. The soft in and out, being helped by a machine. The sun shone in and slowly it changed. She fell asleep and was woken by something, a sense of something. As she opened her eyes, the girl was looking at her. She looked weak and terrified.
Who are you?
A friend. Vicky is my name. I'm guarding you. The girl was still scared but tried to calm herself. She closed her eyes and then opened them.
Was it real?
Yes, sadly demons are real. But so is your guardian angel. I think that's why you survived. As they spoke, a person walked up. It was Madeline, the blonde girl vampire demon. She just put her head in and waved, then walked out and pulled up a seat.
Who is that?
Allies, they will protect you too while we try find that thing. Any ideas? She asked. She didn't want to push her, but they had nothing.
Sorry, I don't know much. She didn't go to my school and she was strong. Like way too strong.
She just held her hand and touched it. She folded it in her and she looked up.
Will she come back?
She thought it was probably a no, but they seemed to be prepared. She just patted her hand. Don't worry, we'll find it first.
Malifus. She had spent the day sitting and waiting. She was perched on the roof of the church, and she felt good. Her sister was out in the world, finding more blood so they could bring back their new soldiers. When there were more of them, they'd destroy the bloodsuckers and be once again top of the food chain. She was happy to wait, and when she returned, she yelled out for her. It was dark now. She'd been gone for hours and hours. She'd always admired the humans, and now she looked at their city and was amazed. The far-off buildings were all glass and tall as the heavens. It looked nice and clean. She flew down into the courtyard and looked to her sister. She smiled at her. Her face was covered in dirt and mud, her hands and fingernails filthy. She'd been digging with her hands in the graveyard. Still, she smiled at her like a child and held her hand behind her back.
Which one?
She was still in her massive form and stood towering over her human-looking form. She pointed with a clawed hand to her left. She pulled her hand from behind her back. In it was a rib bone.
Because I love you, I took 3 different ones, all female, so you can pick which one you like the most.
She tossed the bone to her, and it flew through the air. She snatched it from in front of her. She sniffed it once. It smelled dead and had some flesh still clinging to it. Malifus ate it down in one bite. She didn't bite it, just swallowed it as best she could. It was down in her throat and she swallowed hard. Then she felt the jolt. Her kind of angel before the fall had been makers. They could take any form and they could make any form. Humans hadn't existed and glad. Their skills worked on them. She remade the girl based on the map in her bones. She could take any form. She could have possessed the Statue of Liberty. But this form was a little like her real one, and she liked it. As the bone went in, she felt its power. It washed over her, the map of what the human had been in life. Her big stone body changed into a human one of flesh and bones. Her hair grew, her claws into human nails, and she stood naked before her sister. She was old for them, around 60. She touched her old body and frowned.
Gross. Change back and cough it out.
She thought of her strength, and she turned back to her stone form. She howled out loud and slashed her claws. She liked this more, yet she tried again. The third one was good. She was a blonde girl, skinny and young. She pranced around naked in front of her sister.
I have clothes. You need some.
Obviously, thanks. I know this was a lot of work.
It's fine. Now you can be her whenever you want.
Clothes?
They rip off when you transform, so I plan what I want to be normally before I leave, or take a bag.
That was funny. A gargoyle flying around with a change of clothes. Still, her sister was better than her. She could change her form too and make new ones. She went into the back room, still naked, and found some of her sister's clothes. She slid on some jeans, left her feet bare and slid on a t-shirt. She walked out and turned around.
You will get harassed. You need a bra. You know what that is?
I'm not an idiot. It was new for humans, but she figured it out. She found one that fit and she put it on. Humans were stupid with all of this. Her last body was 200 years ago. She had one dress and no shoes. Now they owned a lot, it seemed. Still, after an age, she was ready, and she walked out again.
Good. Now I have to meet my hacker. Want to meet the new world?
Yes, sister. I need some money. How do you get it? She laughed.
Rob someone I don't work.
She followed her sister out of the church after she had washed her hands and face in the kitchen room at her beck. Then she walked down the stairs and along the canal, holding her hand. It was warm, and she looked around. Now she was free. It had been 200 years since she was awake, and the world had changed a lot, and it was clearly a lot more dangerous, noisy and godless. She liked it. Malefus walked along the path and a man stepped in front of her. He smelled of alcohol and had a ratty face. He looked down at her and stared at her body. It was a nice one. Kenris looked at him.
Don't start.
He was wearing a dirty white hooded top and pants. Next to him, 2 other men sat on a green bench, just drinking and watching. "Who is this little piece?" he said with a slur. She looked at her sister.
We can't go around killing people. It's not 1780. They notice now.
The man looked like they were idiots, and Malefus sighed. She shoved past him and he put his hand out and grabbed her ass. She spun and slapped his face. He had no idea the restraint she showed. She wanted to put her fist through his chest. Still the slap sounded like a gunshot and broke his jaw with a crack. He was sent flying like a rag doll, hit his friends on the bench and toppled over. She ran to him and kicked him hard in the ribs, hearing them crack. She laughed and, putting her hand into his back pocket, pulled out his wallet. She took it and glared at them. "Tell anyone and I'll find you." She opened it up, and now they had a photo of themselves in their wallets. She saw his name was Aaron Hastings. She saw there was money and cards. Kenris sighed.
Take it all.
They left the damaged man to be huddled off by his friends, and she was proud of herself. It was always that way. Kenris was always telling her what to do and what not to do. Still, she knew the world now, and had brought her back. Again. "Okay, I will be good from now on." She laughed.
Just try not to get burned at the stake again.
Vicky. She called Carl to tell him she was safe and spent the day in the hospital with Jessica or sitting next to her. She had fallen asleep or into a drug coma again, and she sat next to her for hours. It was so boring, she was going mad, but she felt for her and didn't really trust anyone but herself to protect her. Now she had access to people who knew about this stuff, she would use it. She had gotten a text from Jenny. Her first day of training was today, so she'd learned something. She gave Jessica hand a squeeze and walked out. Madeline was there, but she was talking on the phone and had an iPad. It looked like she was working. She laughed and walked out of the hospital. As she did, her phone started to ring. It was Nathaniel. He didn't say, "Hi, how are you?" He just started in at her. She only barely knew his voice.
What are you doing involved in this? We said leave it.
She wasn't being told what to do. I can do what I want.
Listen, you have no idea what is going on. You think Eternal are good. They are vampires, you know.
I know.
Do you know what that means? It's not some old species or something. They are demons in dead human bodies. They have a plan, and you are helping them.
Demons in dead bodies, that was good to know. Creepy. She knew they were evil, but so were the things they helped her fight. Also, until now she had no choice. What do you want me to do? Nothing?
Look, you should train, learn properly and leave the hunting to the professionals. We know where they are. We have the location, so just leave it.
The phone went dead, and it took all of her strength not to smash it against the ground. Yet that would only hurt her. She sat down. She had no idea what to do. She knew the Eternal guys must be bad, but at least they wanted her to beat these things. Why would demons kill demons? She had no idea, but they did seem to want her too. Maybe some mafia-style turf war. She put him out of her mind and went to the club. She had to get the train and got one to near Fleet Street. She was again impressed by the place and felt underdressed. She was shown in by the porter. He opened the door for her and she walked inside. It was filled with a lot less people now, yet still impressive. This large room held only a staircase and a few couches. To the left was the room with a fore and to the right a bar. Jenny walked up to her. She was dressed in normal clothes. She still looked fairly fantastic, even wearing jeans and a t-shirt. She knew they must have cost a few $100s, and her boots were brown leather and looked great. Vegan, she knew, her own brand.
Already in trouble, I hear.
What, Nathaniel?
Yes, he's put in a complaint against you, says you're interfering with his investigation.
She was shocked. One, they treated all of this as so normal, and two, who the hell did he think he was? She fought and beat a bloody Spriggan army, mermaids, and the Australian sunshine. What was so special about him? He sucks. No one told me not to look into it.
True, we just never thought you'd keep going. I mean, you'll begin training as a novice, but a gargoyle is a very dangerous creature.
So are mermaids and everything else. Look, he can do what he wants and I'll try stay out of it, but Eternal won't let me. Matthew wants them dead. Jenny winced as the name.
Look, you need to stop helping them. Talking to demons is so far wrong. They are evil and are using you.
To do what?
I don't know.
Okay, you stop them from hurting me and Carl and anyone else, and I will. Jenny looked at her.
Fine, we can't. Not yet. And you are right. It is dangerous to stop. And here we are saying don't do dangerous things. Just please tell us when you get information about them.
Now she was a true double agent. Great.
Anyway, training time. I have 3 great people lined up for you. You'll learn self-defense and fighting from one, weapons from another, and marksmanship.
Carl would be so jealous. This was a nerd's dream come true. Any chance I can call Carl? He would love this.
He's invited for the marksmanship. All our employees know firearms, but sure, it never hurts to be prepared. Sorry, but the other sessions are paid by your donor and for you alone. It's not like group yoga at your gym. One-on-one is more effective.
She just nodded. She would have preferred him to be there, but it made sense. In any movies with a training montage, it was always one-on-one. Rocky wasn't jogging up the stair while talking shit with his fiancée and smoking. She had 3 trainers, and she walked out into a courtyard behind the main room with Jenny and waited as she left. She was meeting all 3 today, and this first was just fighting. She was expecting someone like 1,000 eyes to come in. Yet it wasn't a wise old kung fu master who walked to, but a man who looked short and stocky. He grinned.
All right,
he said as he walked in. He had a thick Essex accent and looked a bit like Jason Statham, shaved head, lean, and the looks of a man who had been in a lot of fistfights. He was English and had a very clean and dangerous look.
I am Hamish. I'll be training you in the fine art of hurting people with your hands. How often is up to you. I'm on a kind of retainer.
She laughed. This was madness. She'd never really fought, and now she'd be learning some unknown style, but it was good. She was sick of being at the mercy of things and people. She didn't know if he was one of them or just an employee. Are you a candle person?
A candle maker? Nah, not me. I just help them out, but they have let me know what to focus on. We'll be teaching you a lot of breaks, self-defense, and how to throw a decent punch. How often do you want to train?
I don't have a job I can do every day. He whistled.
Damn, that's good. You'll be kicking ass in a few weeks. Now show me what you got.
He had her throw a few punches into his hands.
Okay, let's start with something weird. I have no idea why, but they want me to teach you.
He then showed her what to do it. Someone tried to bite her neck. It was weird for him, but she knew. He grabbed her from behind and got her to stamp his foot, crouch, drop the elbow, and spin around with a hit into the throat. Hamish was clearly here to teach her how to fight dirty and do some damage. Then he showed her what to do if someone was choking her. She could have used that against the Spriggan. After an hour or so of sweating and him grabbing her and her escaping, she stood panting. He went and got a bottle of water. He handed it to her.
You'll do well tomorrow. What time?
Am I your only client?
Pretty much. For a month or so, they want to get you to a good level fast.
After making plans, he left. She stood panting. She was unfit, but that had been fun. She knew after a few weeks of lessons, she'd be much more happy to get herself out of something. As she stood, another man walked in, and he was what she had thought she should be expecting. He was an older man, maybe 50 or so, Asian, lean and fit. He nodded to her. This was different. She didn't know if he spoke English, she supposed he did, but he just handed her a wooden sword. It was long and thin, he also had one, and he slashed at her with his. She didn't move fast enough, and it hit her in the shoulder. Pain ran through her, and she dropped her sword. "Damn it!"
Block.
he said. He had a deep British accent. It was funny. He raised his sword in a block position, showing it to her. She went and picked up her sword again as soon as it was in her hand. He swung down fast and she blocked it, but it was badly done.
More.
He did it again and again. He would slash down at her. She'd raise her hand to block as fast as she could. They had done the bloody attack 20 times. Her arms were aching with pain. Then he lunged at her, the point of the blade coming, and she stepped aside, blocking it. With a downward cut, she didn't think about it. She just did it. He yelled, and raising, he slashed at her 3 times. She stepped back and blocked each one as she did.
Attack!
She leaped back at him and swung her blade down. He blocked it, but it looked nice. She looked up, panting, and saw. He smiled at her.
Have you ever trained?
His voice was so precise and English public school, but he looked straight out of a kung fu film. Never.
You're not the worst. You could be okay in a few years.
He said it like it was a compliment. Thanks.
Now you can block a little. Let me show you the most important thing for people like us. How to cut off something's head.
Kenris. She had forgotten how crazy and annoying her sister Malefus could be. She was only a few 100 years younger than her, so really hardly anything. But she acted like a child. She was a stranger to this new world, but the humans were a lot more dangerous than they used to be. She had seen them turn from cavemen to kings and queens, her demon brethren being worshipped as gods. Then he came, the Son, Jesus. He smashed a lot of the power of the old religions and made this modern world. Now they all worshipped him. No more temples to Ares, but churches everywhere. No more Roman Empire. It had changed a lot, the world. In 1780, as you could kill who you liked, even in the 1950s they would care, but they wouldn't have caught you. Now in 2024 you had DNA, cameras everywhere, the internet and streaming TV. Everyone knew about everything. She could see what the blood drinkers were doing. They were making people used to them. They were saying, hey, we're not so bad. She expected that in 10 years or so, they would show themselves and try take power. But until then, they had to hide themselves. Malefus didn't like that. She drank her pint of beer, and even that was annoying. She slurped at the big foaming mug and smiled.
It's so good.
I know. She was such a brat. Also, she'd given her much better-looking body than she had. She should have known that would make her angry, and it did. She liked all the humans staring at her, and she winked and blew kisses at guys with girls, and then almost got into a fight with a girl. She was sure she'd kill someone before the night was over. Behave, please, I like it here, and I want to come back. They were in the harp, in the smoking area, and again, they were waiting for her hacker friend. She had his email, or one he used for this, and she had let him know about Sandy, the nurse. All she had was her name was Sandra, and she worked in the pediatric departments at St. Michael's Hospital. Still, that should be enough, she assumed. As she sat, he slowly walked up. He looked at Malefus and frowned.
Who is this?
My sister.
She leaves or I do.
She can't be trusted alone, honestly. Why would I betray you now? She smiled up at him, and he pulled out a seat and sat down. Malefus glared at him now, but if anything, she liked him more now. He was scruffy and nerdy, but he trusted her. Find her? She had her bag under the table. He reached into it, pulled an envelope out, put it in his bag.
Of course, Sandra Roberts.
He handed her an address printed out. It even had a little map. Anything else? He looked around and then into her eyes.
Look, from now on, I want a lot more. I have been tracking these names and they end up dead. The last girl is in hospital, but the family are dead. If you're a hitman or something, that's fine, but I'm not working for peanuts. Not if the risk is so much bigger.
It was only a matter of time, really. She knew it. The girl was still alive, that was good. She'd try again now. She should be all full of blood again. She looked at him. She didn't know where he lived, his name, or even his real phone number or email. He was a threat to her. He could send what he knew to the police, but he just wanted more money, and he was useful and only asking for his worth. How much more?
1,000 a name from now on.
She was waiting for more, a threat, something. But that was fine. She could live with that. Okay, from now on, it's 1,000. After he stood and left, Malefus looked at her.
What was that?
He wants more per name, but soon we won't need more. She looked at the address and glad she didn't live too far away. She lived in Shoreditch, which was only a bit of a journey.
Do you want to handle this tonight?
Yes, I am in the mood to hurt someone, and she sounds like a good one. At least now she could direct her sister's damaging behavior in the right direction. She too hated the woman. Something about her actually getting what she prayed for. Since when did that happen? She went out the front, and they got a black taxi to her house, paying for it with Aaron's stolen card, which she showed Malefus. You just tapped on the thing. When they got out, she looked up in the house. It was small and in quite an expensive area. Everything was. They walked from the car to a driveway that went up the side of the 2-story house. There was a window, and she looked inside. In sitting on the couch, with her feet over some bloke, was Sandra. She remembered her face. She did look happy for now. There were no angels near her now, but she hoped she had soaked up enough of the excess energy in her blood. Malefus was behaving herself for once. When we get in, use a knife from the kitchen. But leave her to me. Do what you want to him. She saw her grin in the night. Her sister was always happy to hurt someone. They walked quickly around the back of the house, and she just stood back and watched it happen. Her sister still had bare feet, and she kicked the door as hard as she could. It smashed in the frame and went flying away in a cloud of wooden splinters and dust. Still on its hinges, but it sagged down and broken. Malefus ran in, yelling out "Sandy," and went into the kitchen. Gladly she did as she was told, and got huge kitchen knife from a block. She passed one to her sister and ran into the living room. She walked in behind to watch. They had both risen by this point. The humans and the woman, Sandy, gasped in shock and horror as this smiling blonde imp plunged a knife right into her man. It sunk deep into his stomach with so much strength, went in like it was into a piece of bread. She then grabbed him and threw him against a wall and ran after him. The knife was sticking out of his gut and he cried out. She stabbed it in and out. Not looking at him, she looked over her shoulder at Sandy. She ran to try stop her or something. She was crying and turned to run to them. She hit at Malefus with her balled-up fists as she stabbed her man to death. She turned with a laugh, and the woman punched her in the face. That did nothing. No sign of it even coming close to a feeling. Malefus shoved her back and she grabbed her. She just shoved her back onto the couch. She was so strong and it was horrid and funny. The woman tried to get up and she shoved her back. Her sister killed her man before her. Her tears were running down her face and she looked at She and recognized her.
Why?
Why not? She reached out and hit her on the head with the hilt of the blade. She hither hard, and she heard a deep crunch of skull. She then laid her down on the ground. Malefus had stopped stabbing the man. He was dead. Go and look for some money if you like. Her sister ran off from the room to find something. She just wanted to keep her busy. She looked at Sandy. She wore a dress that was pulled up a bit, and she was alive. She set the needle to her arm and stabbed it in. She watched the bag slowly fill up. She looked at the blood, and if still seemed to glow with power to her. She then filled another and another. As she loaded them into her backpack, the woman's eyes started to open again, and she looked at her. Bad night for you. She reached for her ankle and pulled her close, stabbing down with her knife.
Carl. When he'd found out about monsters and things, he was always hoping in a very nerdy way that there was a secret society of hunters. The Men of Letters, the Watchers' Council, the library. Now he found out there was a real group, and they were not only exorcists, they were fancy drink-having society builders. As an Australian, with the oldest building in his country being 200 years old, this was what he'd hoped for. This club was founded in 1890. They believed in God, were church-going Christians who fought demons. It was pretty cool. Way better than this old job-building websites for small businesses. He'd said yes, he'd work for them, mostly to keep an eye on them. He was glad that they might get out from Eternal and get freedom. Now he had a text. His first day of work started at 4 o'clock, and he had to meet them at the main building. He'd gotten the train and walked the short distance from Blackfriars Station. It was 3 p.m., so the train was only slightly crowded, not peak hour rampage crowded. London had over 1 million commuters, he had heard. Melbourne had 1 million people who lived in the city. They had 1 million who worked in the city. They came in on the train, then ran out of work at 5:01, shoved through the massive moving human stream and tried to get a train at 5:09. He walked through the crowd. Traveling with Vicky had turned his casual and slow Aussie stroll into a fast walk, but he was nothing compared to them. Thus he was shoved and pushed all the way out of the station and finally got free on Fleet Street. Carl looked up and just enjoyed the view for a moment and looked at the All building. The commuters didn't look up, but it was their city, and like having a really hot wife, after a while they stopped giving it the right amount of attention and compliments. Carl walked on and soon was before the center, or building. He had changed. He was dressed for work and wore this only suit. It was black, of course, a skinny white shirt and thinnish black tie. His type of style was, of course, Reservoir Dogs. The man gave him a nod and opened the vast door to let him in. He walked in, was greeted by Jenny. She was their go-to person, it seemed. She smiled at him.
You look nice.
Have to make some effort at his work.
Not today. Today is firearms training.
He was so happy he worked at a place that did firearms training. He waited in the lobby, looking around at the polished marble and paintings, and Vicky walked in. He almost laughed. She was wearing gym clothes, which he never did, and was sweating a bit. Still, her gym clothes were black leggings and a white singlet. She smiled and came to him. They hugged, kissed, and he tried not to grab her in those clothes. Fun day?
Yeah, this will be good. Now we have firearms.
Jenny walked up to them.
Yes, every one of us can fire a gun. It's good to know levels of skill and be comfortable defending oneself.
Very English, he thought, but was glad. He had a gun. He'd inherited the second police pistol from Australia that Vicky never used. Still, they didn't tell these guys. It was seriously illegal. Where is the range?
I'll take you.
They walked with her through the back door, through the courtyard with a single tree and a Chinese man in the corner who smiled a brief smile at Vicky. Who is that? He asked as they were led onward.
My weapons trainer, 100 Eyes.
He laughed and held her hand. Damn, you're cool.
I know. No, his name is actually Mr. Lee, but he is a badass.
Jenny led them onward to the end of the courtyard and down some metal stairs. Once again, in English style, this place had a bunker. It was a tall, roofed thing, but with thick walls of concrete.
The Germans bombed this district in World War II, of course, and we were especially targeted, hence the solid construction.
He couldn't help himself. Nazi demons? Jenny looked at him, deadly serious.
Of course. Every generation Lucifer takes a body of a human to cause mayhem.
These people were so matter-of-fact about it all. But what he liked was they believed in God too. None of this only evil has power. They were good, God was good, angels were good and around. They were far from scared. They were wary, but not scared. She led them through a hallway that was like a 1950s waiting room, and was still kept like old. Maybe a museum, he thought, and they went to a metal door at the end.
I will leave you here.
She and her shook her hand, and then he followed her through the doorway. Inside was a shooting range, or what he assumed was on. It was a long corridor with 5 ranges down to a target. Standing waiting at one was a woman. She looked like a female FBI agent from a movie, maybe Deb Morgan. She was skinny, had short hair and black pants, a white shirt and a well-fitted jacket. She was checking a range of guns on one range. She looked up and smiled at them.
Hello, students.
Her accent was American, but just American general. She knew not from where. Not too annoying, he thought. Not from the Midwest or something. He let Vicky take the lead.
I'm Victoria. This is Carl. Training, I think.
The woman shook both their hands and she smiled. I am Lauren Fletcher, silver medalist in solo shooting in 2019. He was impressed. The last Olympics.
But I have retired now, so the last few years, I have been learning more about firearms. I mean, shooting them is only half the training.
What's the other half?
Safety.
Boring, but to be expected. He was hoping she'd have said showmanship, but that was that. He looked at the selection of weapons on her bench. They were quite different. He saw they had a few automatics, the 9mm, everyone knew from the movies. Yet she also had some massive revolvers.
Now I will tell you, I am an active member and have put down 2 vampires.
He was impressed. He didn't know if Vicky was. He thought it was cool she even said the word as if she wasn't a crazy person.
That's why we have these big hand cannons. They are harder to hold, have some real recoil, but the higher gauge you can handle the better. Also, I train a lot with this kind of thing.
She pulled a metal cart thing to the side and it had a range of weapons on it. They looked like riot shotguns. Massive things. Then one held what he thought was a M6. It looked like a machine gun, but he knew they fired massive bullets that were for ripping out engine blocks.
The vampire can only be killed by a very powerful gun, rip its black heart out, but today it's more about testing and evaluation. Then I will set up a separate training regime for you both. I intend to train you hard for a month as you're already in the field.
It was all good. Vicky looked a bit stunned. Much more than a few shots at a target.
So what experience do you have?
Looking at Carl, who was on her left. I did a firearms training course when I was younger and wanted to be a security guard. Vicky laughed.
You never told me that?
I failed. He had missed by 1 shot and was glad. He then realized he could earn a lot more doing IT, and that something like 50% of people got shot with their own guns. Lauren nodded. Okay, and you, Vicky?
I have pointed one at people and taken a few shots at a Spriggan with one. Oh, I have used my shotgun on a few Spriggan knees and then chainsaw.
Lauren now was stunned.
You have fought and beaten a child of the seed?
Is that a Spriggan?
Tall, skinny tree monster, he said helpfully, not sure on the communal language. This was so like a game.
Yes.
Heaps.
She looked at Carl.
How many?
10, I think, 10 or 11, but mostly with the machete. That was 8 at once. Lauren looked so past stunned, she put her hand out on the bench and caught her breath, then refocused and smiled.
Still, everyone needs to learn. Okay, damn 10. That's a record in 1 day. How did you do that?
Ka spoke up. He was so excited. Her guardian angel Valeria possessed her, and she just went full Xena warrior angel and slashed them all up. Spriggan heads were flying like a kung fu film. Vicky just looked at him with that stop being a nerd look. Sorry, it was cool. Her eyes went white. Lauren smiled again, but it was a bit strained.
Okay, let's see if I can teach you anything. First, show me what you have got.
Kendris. She had a backpack full of blood bags, and she left the house of the fallen woman. Now that they had wrought some carnage and really destroyed someone's life, Maleficus was a lot happier. She liked her sister when she was like this. When she was happy, she was sweet. She had a backpack full of the woman's clothes as well, and that cheered her. They walked hand in hand down the driveway of the dead woman, and she sang softly to herself. It was an awful sounding song in Latin, and sounded like a curse. She had forgotten her Latin long ago.
So what now?
We wake up our brothers and cause some trouble. They weren't her real brothers, more like cousins or uncles. But it was easier to put them all together as one group. They would follow her lead, that was what mattered.
I thought you hated trouble.
Not with the humans. I want to kill those blood drinkers. Male Fires clapped.
Good, but why? Are they not soldiers of the Great One?
She snorted laughter. The Great One can suck my tit. He named himself that. And he's far from great. We'll show him. He is planning something, and I'm sick of it. Behave yourself, PR, we're good. The Great One, as he called himself, was once a general and had a nice little army of fools. Now, when they were all cast down, he clung on to his power and followers. She didn't know what the plan was, but she wasn't keen on him gaining anything like control. If he took over with his vampires, it would be a real shit show. She wasn't bringing on the second coming any earlier than it had to, and that's what would happen. She was there last time and saw it. Ancient Rome was so big and awful, with everyone worshipping demons in the guise of gods. Ares, Zeus, Poseidon, and then Jesus, the J-bomb, the J-hammer, came down and crushed them by being nice. If they took over, he'd come again. He wouldn't let the humans be cattle, which is what she assumed they had planned. She'd seen Blade. The Great One's battle plans had been dumb, so surely his plan would be to make humans think vampires were okay. Then come out and slowly take over. True Blood, that was it. He was going to True Blood them. The Uber had come and was now waiting as she thought. She'd kill those idiots, if for no reason then she hated them, and she could. Not now she would need help, but 6 of her kind could destroy the few hundred of them. She got in the car and sat in the back. She just sat and watched as her little sister chatted with the man in the front. He was some hipster, she thought. This car was nice. He was skinny and chatted with her. He kept looking at Maleficus. She was pretty. She laughed.
Like my body?
To him. He laughed now, assuming she was drunk. She would have done better as a succubus. Her sister loved attention.
Of course.
We can have sex if you like.
Now he was really shocked. No, sister, we have work to do. She turned back.
I hate you, it's been ages.
Bad luck. Slowly the car came to a stop at the street, and they got out. She shoved Maleficus away from the door and up the laneway, next to the canal. They walked onwards and up, past the spot where Aaron and his friends had been, no longer. They walked up, and she pulled back the plastic, and she stopped. Maleficus went to shove past her, let herself be angry, and take the chance to act like a brat. "Wait, smell that?" she asked in whisper. She crouched down and took a big sniff. She closed her eyes, and it filled her nostrils. The clean bodies of the modern man, washed and scrubbed. There were men in her church, 4 of them. She could smell them, sweat and a tinge of fear, yet not a lot. Then she heard breathing and a light creaking of wood. They waited inside in the dark.
Men,
her sister said with curled up lips. Good mood gone. She was good at this at least. Humans, but ready for battle. She dropped her bag down on the stairs, and as she ran up them screaming, she let herself change as she ran. Her little human body turned from flesh into stone, and she hit the big double door. That was now just big enough for her. She hit the wood with a massive stone shoulder and smashed on, though, in a cloud of splinters and noise. The humans were fast and ready. They had been waiting. She knew they were well trained because they just ran from the darkness and straight at her. No shock, no delay. They expected her form, and if they were scared to be running at a beast made of stone, they hid it well. She looked back and saw no sign of her damned sister. She had left her. Still, it was no matter. She turned and glared her yellow eyes at one. They ran at her from 4 points and stopping short of her reach. They all aimed at once, all fired the weapons they had. Each had a big gun thing, with a small hook, and they shot out and hit her. 1, 2, 3, 4. She reeled as they cracked and dug into the stone of her skin and hooked in. She screamed in pain as they actually dug into her stone flesh. Then the bastards fired bolts into the floor and started to pull her. Each had a steel cord. They wanted to trap her. Mistake. She grabbed the first cord. It was joined to a hook that was in her shoulder. She grabbed the cord and yanked it. The man was rushing to pin it to the floor, but hadn't yet. He lifted off the ground and was pulled toward her in one mighty tug. He flew in the air toward her, leaving the ground, and she grabbed his throat one-handed. She looked at him and smiled. He wore black leather armor. That was pretty, and not of this age. On his chest was a bright gold candle shining light. She laughed and cracked his neck. "Candle makers, I thought we killed you all." As it. She threw his body at one of them. He dodged to the side, avoiding being hit by his dead friend. Now they had all three of them bolted to the floor. But her strength was greater than some wood. She grabbed another cord and snaped it. As she did, they fired again with hooks. 3 more, they hit her stone skin and dug in. She had had enough. She stood as tall as she could and ran at one of the men. All the 3 cords pulled tight, and for a moment they held her. Then with a scream from deep within and a push, she broke free, the hooks tearing from her stone skin and freeing her. It's a rip of stone and pain. As she reached the man, it was a small price to pay. She grabbed his head and crushed it in one hand. Blood oozed out as she smashed him against the wall. From behind, she shook as a man was firing a gun at her. She turned and saw it was big. But he fired, and she watched the shot hit her skin. The bullet exploded in front of her force and shoved her back. Next to him, another man ran in. She knew his face. Bloody Nathaniel. She really thought she killed him. They had massive guns and fired them. One hit her knee and exploded. She collapsed in pain and screamed out. She heard them both reloading it, and he thought he would say something.
"Time to die, demon."
As he spoke, Maleficus walked up behind him. She was in her fighting form, a big stone thing as they turned as she smashed up the stairs. But he was fast. 2 big hands took a small human head, and while looking at her, not them, she crushed her hands in. The 2 men flopped down dead, skulls crushed into red pulp. She was panting and mad. She knew she would heal fast, but that was close. Nathaniel was the son of someone and a seasoned hunter. He knew his business. She turned to her sister. "What took you so long?"
I wanted to see if you could do it. I could have. 4 humans. Really, sister.
She was so mad at her. Just like her. Wait until it seemed like she was saving the day and not doing her share. "Fuck you!"
Fuck you.
Maleficus said back, never original. She gathered her breath. She felt good in this form and would stay a while.
Will more come now?
They would have covered the gunfire. Don't worry, they know to cover tracks. But we should go, or they will try again. She walked across the floor and stepped on one of the bodies with a big stone foot. She got her bag and turned with it to the other room. She dropped it off and went to her room. She changed at the doorway so she didn't smash it. She was naked. Her thin dress had ripped apart as she turned into a massive 8-foot beast of stone. So she got dressed again and came out of her room. Maleficus stood naked, watching her. "Put some clothes on."
Why jealous?
She wasn't angry at her. Waking her seemed like a bad idea now. Still, she would be less annoying when she had others to talk to. She took up her backpack and opened the zipper. She saw Maleficus had gone to dress, probably because soon they'd have company. She took out the blood bags and with a lot of ceremony ripped it with her teeth and poured the blood onto a nearby statue. She knew almost straight away it was not working. She saw it pour onto the stone and it didn't change. It was like she was soaking it in nothing. She dipped a finger in the blood and it tasted like iron and salt, but not power. She shrugged. Maleficus had come back. "Guess we have to go to the hospital then."
Why?
"The girl, I was thinking. We bring her, use her as we need, over and over again."
Clever. Save money too.
As they spoke, she looked up and saw a face at the door. It was Frank the homeless man. He'd been listening or seen them. He ran out of the room and Malefus went to go after him, but she held her back. Don't worry, no one believes people like him.
Vicky. She'd woken up feeling pretty sore and tired, but good. She had finished her pistol training with Lauren, but not had any angel help. She supposed she wasn't in any danger, and it was just showing people God was real, which was meant to be bad. Though she assumed Lauren knew, she got up fairly early for her. Carl was already up and dressed when she went into the kitchen. Work? She asked, though she knew.
Yeah, 9, but more guns with you at 4. Very cool job, and it pays.
She was glad he was there with her. Okay, I'll see you for lunch if you want. She went into the shower, and she knew when she got out, he would be gone. She sat down to eat some breakfast and start her morning when the phone rang. She answered it, and it was Jenny. She sounded a bit frantic.
Hello, Victoria. Coming in today?
Of course I'll be there at 10.
That's good. Can you come straight to see me and just come when you can? No rush.
Her voice said rush, though, and she just put on her boots, jacket, got her smokes and her backpack. She went downstairs and walked to the station. In 45 minutes, she was walking into the building and right toward Jenny. She had sent her a text she was close, and she'd meet her straight away. She was with Lauren, the firearms lady, and she had a gun on her hip in a holster, very un-English. If she walked out that door, she'd be arrested for sure. What's wrong?
Come to my office.
They went upstairs and the building peeled off into some big corporate but English offices. They were walls, not glass, but when she was in the room was vast, had a big window looking over the street. She pulled a chair and sat. On the table was a string of photos and more. Jenny handed her a few and she looked. The gargoyle, I thought you wanted me off this. I thought this was Nathaniel's case. I was to stay out of it and leave it to the professionals. Jenny handed her another few photos. They were of a dead man, head crushed badly, as if killed by something very strong.
That is Nathaniel.
She felt sick and put the photo down, so he'd gone after the thing and it had killed him. He was a seasoned hunter, had training, weapons and men, but he didn't have Valeria, and she did. Where is it? The woman looked relieved and then looked to Lauren.
She told us of your angel. We had no idea. We thought you were just blessed like many others, but it seemed to have a stronger bond than most.
I guess so.
We'd be relieved if you took the case, but if you do, you should speak to our agent. He has put his life at much risk to find out about them.
Okay. Now she was expecting a spy, a real James Bond, but in walked a ratty and old homeless man. He even smelled. Stale piss and sweat. He had sharp eyes, though, and shook her hand, leaving some dirt on her as he did.
Sorry, it is filthy work.
His voice was so odd, it was deep, powerful and refined. He sounded like a stage actor.
This is Joseph King, a brave member who poses as homeless man to gather intel on the beast.
He actually bowed and went on.
I played King Lear 3 seasons and, actually...
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a flyer. It was to a play.
You should come. It's a new play I am in, very modern, called Where is Frank?
It sounded awful, but she was impressed. He looked every inch the homeless man and sat down before them. So what do you know?
Everything. The main one is called Kenris, a demon, yes, very old, and a warrior. She can turn between a living girl and a big stone gargoyle thing. She's a nightmare, but seems to avoid killing people, if only to avoid drawing attention to herself.
Is it just her?
If it was, maybe Nathaniel would still live. She has raised her sister Malefus, also a girl who can change. But her gargoyle form has a broken wing, so maybe she can't fly. They are very strong as gargoyle, but fragile as humans.
She knew that, she thought of his words. Raised her sister. Just tell me the thing that you have to. He laughed.
The thing is, she raised her sister with angel blood, or the blood of someone protected by an angel. They tried again recently, and it didn't work. I don't know who the victim was sorry, but now they intend to go get that girl from the hospital and keep her as a living blood donor, and she wanted to wake the others at her church.
Other gargoyles like her?
Yes, 6 of them.
Shit.
Indeed.
She needed to warm that poor girl Jessica. She needed protection. Right now, Eternal were guarding her, but that could be just as bad. She had to fight these things. She hoped Valeria could get involved. She also had to find their home. She looked at Jenny. Her and Lauren had just watched her. "Okay, what have you got for me?" She handed her a file.
This is the address of the church, all we know about them, personally, and as monsters and photos and the address. It also has Nathaniel's attack plan as authorized by the community.
She took the file and opened it. She looked at the demon, Kenris, and she looked nice, like a nice pretty girl you'd smile at on the train. But she was a million-year-old demon. Actually, they knew this stuff. She didn't know anything. She didn't even know what things were, only how to kill them. How old are demons? Jenny looked at her and laughed.
Don't ask that. We have creationists and evolutionists. Some like me think God was the Big Bang. So I think demons are billions of years old. They were cast down a bit later, but well before man came along. Angels too, of course.
That's stupid. The world is not 6 billion. It was made in 6 days, it says so in the Bible.
She just shook her head. Okay, Matthew will tell me. Jenny went cold.
Stop talking to them. Seriously, it's beyond sin. Demons are liars. They are made of lies. Any truth they tell hide a greater lie. I know we fight demons, but don't focus only on the dark. You have a guardian angel. God loves us. The sun shines. We have power too.
Okay. She stood. These people were intense, but she got it. It was like watching Supernatural, the TV show. They had demons running around, the devil, the king of hell, but never any good. When angels did show up, they were shit, and they didn't know God. He had left heaven. All the modern media told that story. Evil had power and was real. Good was dead and weak. The demons were winning the media war, it seemed. I want Carl to help me if that's okay.
Of course, it can be his first job for us, you too. Now what is your first step?
Guard Jessica and smash those statues. Actually, have you got a blessed sledgehammer?
Malifus, watch the girl was her job now. Watch the girl. Watch the stupid girl. She was sick of her sister. She was really mad at her now because of these stupid humans. She just wanted to see if they'd beat her. What they would try. She would never have let her get caught as she didn't her bloody sister. Miss Goody-Goody, the golden child, the queen of the den. Always her in change because she was a few 100 years older. Like that was anything at all. So now she sat and watched the girl. In her human form, of course, because she told her to. The human couldn't see her form unless she wanted them to. But if she had to get into a room, this was easier. Still, it was pretty easy. The girl wasn't special. She was just some girl, and she was in a room with 4 other people, and Malifus sat next to the old lady in the bed next to her. She'd opened her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" But she told the nurse she was her daughter. The old lady said she wasn't, and the nurse let her stay anyway. Crazy old lady doesn't even know her own daughter, stupid old lady. Now she sat and watched the girl. She did have a guardian angel and also a watching demon. It was a damn strange thing, both sides of the fence trying to help her. In her room floating above her was a pretty white glowing thing. It was helping her too. It was pretty bloody active, which meant she was a real believer and prayed a lot. Outside the room was a disgusting rotting corpse with blonde hair and a little smile. She looked at her as she walked past and sniffed her. She could smell the rot inside her. Outside, perfect and pretty, nice teeth, eyes and form. Inside, a black and rotting heart. That was what happened when you possessed a dead body. It kept rotting. The more blood, the less rot. She was different. She was the girl of the bone in her. She could make herself into anything. But she'd been a different sort of angel. A watcher. Now she watched again. This girl was getting better, faster and faster. Her sister had drained her drier than a desert, and she had lived. She was a tough little bitch, and she would be a good renewable blood bag. They would string her from her feet and drain her once a day, just a litre, and then let her refill like a bottle of wine that never ran out. She had Googled how much blood humans make a day, and now she knew, so she waited. She could just rip the vampire's head off and take her, but that wasn't the plan. The plan was to follow her out and text Kenris with her new phone. Then they would kill the vampire and loaded her into a car. It had taken her most of the night before to learn to use her new phone. She looked at her like she was a fool, but it was hard. She was from a time when there wasn't electricity, and now they had smartphones, so it was odd. Sister loved this modern world and all the things they had made, but she always wanted what was new. Yet as she daydreamed, she saw another girl came and walked into the room, and she was shocked at the sight of her. She was youngish, long blonde hair, and a very pretty face. In fact, a bit too pretty, really. The odd thing was she smiled at the vampire and said, "Hello, Madeline," and walked into the room. Then, "Hello, Jessica," and sat. She knew them all, but the weirdest thing was she had an angel too. And not just any angel. It glowed much brighter than the other one, seemed to bow or move away from it. Maleficus looked at the girl and watched her. She smiled and sat down, next to the Jessica one. She patted her hand, but she seemed serious. She had a knife in her pocket. She could see the bugle in her jacket, and that glow of white so bright. It flooded her. Her blood would have woken her with a few drops. She smiled. If she brought her to her sister, then she'd start to take her seriously. She would be the golden child. This girl would be worth a lot more than the other. Maleficus looked as the girl who had come in. She gave the other girl a file. She opened it and looked at it. She tried not to stare at them, but them she a start. Both of them were looking right at her, and the girl nodded. She was holding up a photo. She couldn't see it, but the blonde girl was off like a shot. She leaped up and ran to the door. For some reason she leaped up as well, but the girl went to the vampire and whispered to her. Then she came and stood by the girl, guarding her. The girl walked up to her. In her hand was a photo of her. It made no sense. How could she have that?
"Hello, Maleficus, is it?"
She asked in a nice British voice. "It is."
"What do you want? Her blood?"
She knew so much. "Or I could just take yours. It might be better." The girl laughed. She actually laughed at her.
"You'd choke on it."
She looked around, and everyone was watching them. They had no idea what was happening, but something, if she turned and fought, it would never be covered up. The girl was thinking, it seemed, and not interested, and then she spoke first.
"I'll fight you both tonight, you and your sister."
She laughed. This girl was so cocky, but she knew it could be a trap. They would be waiting for her, ready. She couldn't let them pick the ground. "Fine, write down your telephone number. I'll get Kenris to send you a text message with the location." The girl laughed.
"What, no telegram, a fax? How old are you? Fine, text me and I'll come and kill you. Bring your sister, Vicky." Luck had been with her during the day, and she'd run right into one of them, and after meeting her she saw the younger sister was clearly the junior partner. Still, she had not let her set the address. If she had of, she would have had a group of men ready to try what they had with Nathanel. She had studied the action plan he'd submit, and had approved, and it only failed because they planned on getting both at once. Now she sat on the canal and looked up. Across from them was a white plastic-covered church. Around her was Carl and a group of people, Frank and some other rough characters, who would act as lookout only. She had her hoodie on and kept looking at her phone. It beeped and then said 8 p.m., 134 Smithstreet Car Park, Shoreditch. It even had a map attachment. Kenris was more tech-savvy then. Her sister was like someone's grandma. She waited and waited then. The plastic was pulled back, and she watched as the two women walked out. They had backpack with clothes, she assumed. They waited for another few minutes, and then she stood up and spoke to Carl. "Let's go break some shit." The plan was simple: lure them away and then smash all the statues. She had a big arse sledgehammer, as did he, and they walked up the canal a bit on their side, found the bridge and walked over it. The canal was pretty English, very small strip of grass on the side, and that was all, but it was wide enough for flat-bottom boats and had been years ago used for trade. They walked over the footbridge and down the right side. Soon she was before the plastic, and pushing back a bit of the sheeting she walked up. She held the hammer out wide. "Nervous?" as they walked up.
Of course, this place is seriously creepy. Who built this?
He was right. She imagined a church was meant to make you feel God's power and maybe love. This was built to make you scared. It said be good sinner or else. The stairs were blue stone, as were the walls and a tile roof. The door was a smashed wreck, and walking in, she actually saw blood was still on the floor. Bad cleaning job. Eternal would have done better, she thought. They walked inside through all of the pews. It smelled of must and staleness, yet a breeze came in through a hole in the roof. She looked up and saw the moon through it looked made, not created by accident. A nice little hatch for gargoyles.
How can they fly being stone and so heavy?
Really? Not how can they exist? How can Spriggans, mermaids?
Aerodynamics and gravity are provable.
Maybe they are so strong it doesn't matter, like Superman.
I love you.
Shut up, like really. They were now at the room and walked into a large garden. She looked around and saw in the moonlight and a much more broken roof. Parts of it had collapsed and fallen far down to the floor below. There were statues all around. They looked like they had been dragged here. The concrete floor had marks on it. She walked up to one and touched it. It was damn ugly. Animal, goblin face, sharp teeth in a snarl. It had wings and was muscled and had claws. It looked tough. She wouldn't want to fight it. Hope this works. She stood back and looked at the hammer. Lord bless this hammer and give me a hand smashing this, please. It was a bad prayer, but she wanted help, not to do this alone, and they told her to start praying for what she wanted the angel to do. She gathered all her strength, took a step back, and swung the hammer up, towards its head or stone face. She hit out with some apprehension, and knew it would jar if she was alone, but it connected with all the power of them both. The steel head of the hammer actually sunk into the stone a little, and the stone head ripped off with a huge cracking sound. She heard Carl clapping.
Good shot, let me try.
Before she could say, don't, he had his hammer swinging. He'd seen the movies, he was Thor, and his hammer came up nicely from the ground. It swung in a beautiful upward arch, hit the thick stone and stopped. She saw it vibrate down his arms and he dropped it with a cry.
Damn, that hurt.
She picked up her hammer, and with 4 more hits, she had smashed the first one apart. He had moved onward and was stubbornly helping. He smashed off the arms and claws and looked at her with a grin.
See, I can help.
He swung down and smashed one's clawed hand off, then the next. There were 5 of them, and he worked breaking what he could. Then she came in and finished the job with mighty swings of the hammer. Soon only one stood, and she was puffed but glad it had worked. She was covered in sweat, her black t-shirt stuck to her. As he hit the last one's second hand and broke it off, a small shard of stone flew up and hit her forehead. The tiny piece of stone dug into her pale skin and nicked it.
Oh shit.
She put her hand to it. It was a few drops, nothing much, but her hand had blood on it. It's fine, but maybe stand back.
Okay.
As she stood before one more, she swung at it and her hand slipped. The blood, she wiped it on the statue as he screamed, no. It was instant. The thing which was the last one had come alive. It didn't change from stone to skin, but she saw its eyes open and it looked at her with glowing yellow eyes that blazed with hate. It slashed at her before she could think, but it had no arm. Its ragged stump hit her in the head and sent her flying back, and it was so hard. It was like being punched with rock. She managed to open her eyes for a second. She saw Carl was yelling at it and trying to hit at it. The thing turned around from her and was going after him. He dropped the hammer and ran as it came. He raced to a room and shut the door as it crashed into it. She was bleeding now. Her head swam, but she stood. She walked up and got her hammer. It was sticky in her hands, and her head was throbbing. Her forehead was bleeding, but she had to save her man. She walked up to it, hammer in her hand. The creature was pounding on the door with its stumps, and it cracked in the middle. The door was breaking. They always broke. Hey, ugly. It turned around, and as it did, she ran at it, screaming like a Viking. She bolted at it, and raising the hammer over her shoulder, she swung it forward with so much power. She knew Valeria was there with her, and it was in the perfect position. The creature had its hands up, but it passed by, and the thing's face met the metal head of the hammer, and it sunk into in a good inch. The handle of the hammer was plastic, thick plastic around wood, and it cracked but held. The beast went flying back. It smashed right through the wooden door. She let the hammer go. It was yanked out of her bloody hand. The stone beast fell back through the door, and she staggered in. Carl was well back. He went to her. They looked at the thing. It lay, the hammer resting in its face. She was panting, and he went to her.
You okay?
Yeah, I am fine, but seriously, I have to fight 2 of these?
With hands? Yeah, with hands.
Kenris. She sat in the deserted car park and waited for this mystery girl. She knew she wouldn't come. It was a trick, a trap. It was all something that was against them. Still, this place was as good for a battle as you'd get in the modern world. It was a massive and empty car park, in a shopping centre that was being built. There was no one around, and she could see for a mile in any direction.
She'll come,
Maleficus said for the 10th time. She looked at her phone. It was 9:27. She was an hour and a bit late, so not coming. You came on time to life and death duels. That was polite. Hell, you came early and tried to plant some traps. She didn't like any of it. The way she saw it, she was being tricked, and she hated not knowing why. The bloodsuckers had seen her come in, Maleficus, and they sent a girl in to lure them. She looked around, one last time, and there was no one. So they weren't lured to somewhere. That only left lured away. From what? The church. She gasped in horror as she understood. "I hate you!" she screamed at her sister, and in a flash she turned. Her skin and clothes ripped, and she was the beast of stone. She leapt up into the air and started to fly. She heard her dumb, flightless sister yelling at her. She could get an Uber if she could figure it out. She flew up and up, in the sky, into the cloud and over. The higher, the faster she could go, and she was fast. She went to her home, and in what felt like 2 flaps of her wings, she was above the church. She simply rolled up her wings and let herself crash down like the stone she was. She dropped meters and meters hard and fast. She fell through the air, feeling it cold against her stone flesh. Her body went through the hole in the roof and flashed out her wings a second before. She hit the ground and ended up deep in it. She stopped dead, an inch above the ground. She was panting and looked around, searching with her eye, scared and worried. She was in the garden room. She knew and she cried. She let herself turn into her naked human self. She wanted tears now. She looked at her fallen kin and she cried and cried. The floor was litter with pieces of stone, and some had come and smashed them all. She looked at one and knew. Each was destroyed with so much force and power, so much strength. No human had that much power. This was the work of those eternal rats. She knew it. They had lured her out with the help of that girl they employed, and then come and destroyed all her kin. They had been at the hospital and they had been watching. She looked over and saw the door to her room. It was smashed in, and she walked to it. Inside was what seemed like a fight along. The floor were drag marks, and she saw one of her brothers was in the wrong spot, a few meters off. She reached down and picked up his head and looked at it. In it was a dent, a hammer mark it seemed. She looked at it. What happened? Did someone fight here? Maybe one came alive. How? As she looked up and her sister fell through the roof, she had flown badly on broken wings. But she was here. She tossed the head down and turned back to her fighting form. She stalked up to her sister and yelled in her deepest, stoniest voice.
"See what you have done, fool. They tricked us."
She let her look at them and she was appalled.
It must have been the girl. Her angel helped. It might be an archangel.
She hit her in the face. It wasn't a slap, it was a punch. And she threw it with everything she had. It caught her unprepared, and she smashed into her jaw. She was thrown back from the force of it. Maleficus toppled along the ground, and she stood, growling, and launched herself. She grabbed her arms as they came at her. She was so mad and angry, she flew up and back, her face ripping into her sister's neck, and she let her fall to the floor. She landed on her, foot on her chest. She pinned her down. She let the rage wash over her. But then she saw her sister's eyes. She turned back to a girl and looked at her.
"I'm sorry."
"You get one. Do that again and you die." She growled at her, but it was less than it could have been. Already her sadness was back. "It had to be the blood drinkers. A human couldn't do this. They tricked you."
"No, I saw that angel. It was glowing like nothing I have seen. It was strong. It could have done this. We need its blood."
"For what? They are all gone. It's just you and me now."
"Maybe it's strong enough to fix them. Maybe we can find more. Whatever, we have to find that girl and kill her."
She didn't think it was this girl. No human could do this. No matter what help they had, guardian angels didn't do things like that. They moved a bullet 1 inch to miss the heart. They made a traffic light seem red, so someone stopped in time. Or they whispered a word of warning. They didn't help someone swing a hammer like Lady Hulk. I am going to find Eternal and destroy them. Will you help?
Sure, I don't care if they did this or not. It needs to be done, but I guess we'll find out.
How?
That girl at the hospital, Madeline, was her name.
And we should leave this place. The only good thing to come from it.
Vicky. She spent the next 2 days training with both Hamish, Mr. Lee and Lauren. Carl would come for the guns, and the rest of the time, they were still on the gargoyle case, but it had hit a dead end. She needed to find them and really should have just waited at the church and gotten them, but now they had left it. She knew there was 2 Sister Kenris and Malefus. She sat with Carl in some office he had. It was quite nice. They were paying him to do this, which seemed odd, her too.
So what will they do now?
I have no idea. They don't need blood now we smashed their friends, so they could be impossible to find.
Unless they kill again.
Yeah, failing that.
I guess Jessica is still our best bet, and I have been doing some research. I want to see why she was a target. Randall. The hunter was because he went to that church, but they found Jessica and the family. How?
Articles?
Yeah, so they had blogs about them, and then someone got their addresses and stuff. Also, I have this.
He tossed her a file. She looked into it and saw it was a double murder. 2 local people killed. It was a home invasion, but it was curious because the lady had posted on a few angel boards saying she felt them at her hospital. How did you get this?
They have a team, anywho. Malefus seems like a techno-idiot, and while this Kenris one is at least as savvy as us, but I doubt she can find someone's address from a name alone. That's hacker stuff.
Hacker for hire, Darknet? He always went on about this stuff.
Yeah, but finding them would be like finding a crooked needle in a haystack.
Where are they now? She asked.
I have no idea. I'm going to try comparing Shoreditch crimes, stolen cards with hotels, and see if I get lucky. You?
I'm going to see Jessica. She is finally checking out and wants me there.
Okay, I'll call you if I crack it.
She walked out and smiled. On his door it said Carl Hurst, junior investigator. She didn't get an office, but they had access to a lot more now. She went downstairs and had the man book her a cab. She waited inside for it, for a minute or two, and went to the hospital. It was getting dark, but Jessica had said she wanted to go to her mother's after work. She pulled up to the hospital and went to her room. Jessica was sitting and she was talking to Madeline. They seemed to be having a nice time. She had no idea. A nice Christian girl talking to a murdering demon. Poor kid. Well, Vicky worked for them.
Hello, Vicky. Matthew has been waiting on a call.
No news.
Still, it's nice to know that, so you bodyguarding.
So what is the plan?
Well, we'll go straight to a cab and then to the house. Pretty straightforward.
They walked down to the lift and went down. Madeline made a point of looking to her in the mirror in the elevator. We have reflections, so can't be that bad. Jessica signed something at the desk and put on her backpack. She held Vicky's hand.
Thanks for coming, and for believing me.
All good, I've seen a lot. They trotted down the stairs and walked down them to waiting taxi. The door of the car was held open for them by a dude in a hoodie, and she gasped as the girl, that was. She stepped out. She hit her hard in the chest, and she flew back. It felt like she was hit with a Mack truck. She tried to stand, but couldn't. She heard tires and screeching, a girl scream, and then someone was above her. It was Jessica, and she was frantic.
They took Madeline.
She sat up and looked at her. What? Why? She staggered up and looked around. It was true the taxi was gone, and so was the blonde-haired undead girl. It was just them. Look, I don't know what happened, but let's get you home.
What about her?
I'll call her boss. She walked with a shaken Jessica down the road to a cab rank. She was expecting more drama, and she called Matthew. He answered with a bit of snark in his voice.
You still work here?
Those girls took Madeline.
What? Why?
I don't know. I smashed all the statues. Now she got it. Maybe they thought Eternal had done it. Madeline was there on the day, and maybe the girl smelled vampire or knew them.
Bad luck for them.
Why?
Because she has a tracking device on her and we'll go rescue her with guns blazing. Want to come?
Okay, but first I am going to get Jessica home.
Okay, please do check in tonight. We will need you.
The cab was almost at her mother's house, and she sat with her in the cab. It's fine. She's not a normal girl. You really don't have to worry.
She used to things like this?
Being on the wrong side of it, maybe. Planning it. She could see her kidnapping some people, and the worst thing was she was at least a few hundred years a vampire, so she was a killer, no doubt. They walked out of the cab after Jessica paid, and she opened the gate to the house. It was 2-story and cute. There was a nice little garden, and Jessica pulled out some keys from under the mat. She opened it.
Will you come in for a tea?
Yeah, I'll do a sweep all professional, but I think it's over. Sod's law. Maybe it was over. Maybe she shouldn't have said it. As the key turned and she flicked on the light, they walked in a big lounge room, and sitting down on a lazy chair and drinking red wine was Maleficent. That blonde hair bitch, she was spilling wine on the carpet, which was white, and she grinned. Something about the carpet was just so damn disrespectful. She stepped in front of Jessica, blocking her body. "Why are you here?" She stood up, and she saw she had a knife which she held in a lazy way. In her jacket pocket was a pistol. She put her hand in, and Maleficent let her, stupid. She wrapped her hand round it, finding the trigger.
You mean after you smashed my kin, why do I need her blood?
Of course.
So you did do it?
She said like it was a revelation. Who else? She put her finger to the trigger, did her best to aim in her pocket, and shot her 3 times. It was like she'd never heard the word gun. She didn't expect it at all, and the bullets hit her in the chest, all 3 right into the heart. She staggered to the floor and gasped. She clutched her bleeding body and fell to her knees. Jessica was screaming, still standing behind her. The demon, which looked like a cute blonde girl, fell to the floor, face first, a pool of blood growing around her. She turned back. "Damn, that was easy," she said, not knowing how to feel about it. Jessica pointed as she did, and she turned to look at her fallen form. She saw her body transforming. What was a girl in a pool of blood soon became the back of a big stone beast. She pushed Jessica. "Go upstairs and hide. Call your mum and tell her to work late." She turned back and now saw it was risen up, tall and strong, some blood on it, but not leaking out. It laughed, she guessed, a deep rumbling, like the Land Rover laughing. It spoke.
"I think you killed my human form,"
she yelled at it. "This would be easier if I knew how anything worked." It laughed again.
"What matters is I was right, and now you're dead."
It said and ran at her. It was big, 7 to 8 foot, wide too, and this was a normal enough house. It smashed the eaves as it came at her. She managed to run to a kitchen and slam the door. She wasn't much for door handles, it seemed, and the door smashed open as it simply walked through the closed door. It walked slowly now she was closer to her. It knew she had no escape. It was taking it time she guessed. She had her stupid gun out and fired it a few times at its face as it opened it, out at her. The bullet actually ricocheted off and hit things, one thudding hard into a fridge next to her. She stepped back and looked left. There was a glass conservatory and the outside. If she ran and got away, she'd be a bleeding wreck, and this thing would kill Jessica for sport. She dropped to her knees and put her hand together. "Please, Valeria, enter me and stop this thing. I need you." It swung its big fist right at her and she went black.
Valeria. She'd been next to Vicky and knew it was coming. She helped her smash those others and was proud of her use of the gun, but was glad she got to face this thing again. She'd beaten her once, on the battlefield of heaven. Now she would crush her in the UK. She grinned at the monster as she held its hand. "Hello, Maleficent." And she swung her hand and threw her. She saw her massive stone body fly. Maleficent crashed through a glass door. A huge pane of glass shattered and fell, and then another. Then she was outside. She rolled as she hit a low brick wall and then grass, smashing the brick and marking the ground, but she came up on her feet, unhurt and snarling, the ground around her torn up and ruined. She walked out through the falling glass and looked at the traitor Maleficent. She'd pay for being so stupid to try her again. She walked over the glass, almost careful, and stepped out of the glass house. She looked around for some kind of weapon and found a length of green plastic that had a metal end. It dripped water. She had no idea its use, yet it lay outside on the ground. She went to it and picked it up while the thing brushed itself off.
"How are you doing this?"
"You heard she let me in." As she spoke, she started to swing the green cord thing around, and around it was gathering speed, but the end looked weak. All human weapons were weak. Still, it was the best she could find.
"It should still kill her."
"Why would it? We're friends and she is strong." She leaped forward and the spinning thing went low. She'd aimed it at her legs and it wrapped around her ankles hard and fast. She pulled back on the cord with all of her strength and she felt Maleficus go up into the air. She hit the ground hard and struggled, but her legs were caught for a moment. She struggled to sit up and she ran to the tap in the yard. She turned it on and water started running from the thing around her legs. She ripped and kicked with her legs, and the green thing holding her ripped and tore. Yet water was still pouring from the end and all over her. She was covered in water but looked at her with rage. She wanted to kill her.
You failed once and will again.
She walked to her, glowing white eyes. She picked up the green thing that was pouring out water now, and she stepped onto her chest, holding her down. She slashed at her, and she jumped so high, right above them. She landed sitting on her chest, legs on either side, pinning her arms. The demon was trapped, and she reached for the end of the hose, which still spilled water. Say it, and you can get up and have another shot.
I won't.
Okay, then. She was cold as she shoved end of the hose into her mouth. She spluttered and choked as it poured into her stone mouth. Water didn't hurt her. It filled up her stone body and flowed back out of her mouth, but it didn't break her open. She was strong. Valeria put her hand to her chest. She saw a look in its eyes. Maleficus, the killer, now understood.
Please don't.
Tell that to Sandy.
Who is that?
The lady you killed 3 days ago. She was an angel, and while she couldn't do an exorcism, she could do a blessing. She cried out, "In the name of Lord Jesus, bless this water and make it holy." She felt it turn in her body. It was like it had become lava. Maleficus screamed for a second only, and then her body started to melt. She leaped aside and watched as the creature was slowly destroyed.
My sister will kill you,
she managed to say as her body was turned to cold lava. No, she won't.
Maleficus. Her sister was wrong, she knew that, and she was glad finally that things were going to go her way. She had gone along with her because it had helped her. She could kill a stupid vampire, but having them alone was better. They had followed her sister's plan, snatched the vampire and said she would meet her at the house. They had a new home in a building estate, and it was horrible. Not running water, no showers. Her sister cared more about being safe than having fun. She imagined her now, her little bottles of holy water and thing, ready to torture her, wondering where she was. She looked up and saw Vicky and the girl. She had to be fast. She got in a taxi and gave him the address of Jessica's mother. In her bag she had Vicky's blood bags. She would be the one now. If she drank that blood, she would be strong. If she kept a small amount, she could heal any wound and live forever. Besides, she wanted to be right. She was going out and she did. She took her knife, every single one of her blood bags, and she got a taxi to the Jessica girl's house. No one was home, and very easily she kicked open the back door. She didn't know it would be empty. She walked around it, knife out, ready, but the older woman who lived here wasn't home. Maleficus saw photos of her, and Jessica. She had to be fast and poured the wine she dropped to her seat. She heard a car pull up, keys in a lock, and they walked in. Once again she was nearly blinded with the power of the glowing from the thing. In a slight way, she was scared if it had helped her smash things. Maybe it could help her fight. Not that she'd ever heard that before. They saw her and she talked to them. Then from nowhere she was shot. She hadn't seen a pistol, but the girl had one of those new small ones, and she collapsed in pain. She struggled and felt her human part die, but she had done her a favour, really. She stood in her strong form, and the girl decried her lack of knowledge, which was funny and true. A gargoyle with no human form was stronger. She ran at her, smashed the door, and was above her. She was bent on her knees. Even if she had help, she had no weapons to swing, and the angel couldn't help. Then she heard those horrid words, Valeria. Maleficus was so full of rage at the sound of that name. She swung her clawed hand at her kneeling face. Her stone claws swung through the air and her hand was caught. It stopped an inch from her skin. She couldn't believe it. This human grabbed her hand from the air like it was the attack of a child. It opened its eyes and they were white like a glowing star.
Vicky! No. She opened her eyes and she was standing above a slowly melting gargoyle. It looked like it had been immersed in a pit of lava. She looked left and gasped. The house was fucked, well and truly. It looked like that stone bitch had done a head dive through it. She checked herself and she was fine. The glass conservatory was beyond ruined. She shouldn't be alive. Thanks, Val. She was alive and Valeria had beaten that thing in a bare-knuckle brawl. Damn, she was feisty. She picked her way over the glass and walked inside. She looked around, but no Jessica. She wanted to check on her and she took out her phone. It rang. It was Matthew.
You ready?
Bit busy, I just got the sister though, Malefus.
Yeah, good work. If there is only Kenris, we can do it alone. Call me soon.
He was about to hang up. Clean up, or do you want the insurance assessor to see a half-melted gargoyle and hear from Jessica about her week?
Okay, we'll send a team. Sorry, I was distracted. You're in charge.
He hung up. This was bad and getting worse. The problem was she thought Matthew was a pretty decent boss. That's what they did, then were like pit bull dogs that hate everyone but you. I must be special. No, it's saving you for later. She walked up the carpeted stairs and yelled out, Jessica, it's me, Vicky. She went into her room and opened the door. He looked in and saw the room of a nice 19-year-old Christian girl. Very neat, bed made, glass of water by the bed. A poster of a tree and a light behind it, the sun, and it said, I believe in miracles. She'd seen a few in the last few days, and as she saw her face, the tears, the fear of her, she knew she saw that. What did it look like to her? Something out of a manga movie or Marvel, monster throwing each other around. Like my eyes? Jessica looked at her, and she was so scared she was shaking. She was holding a knife in her hand, but not pointing it anywhere. She just gripped it, like a 5-year-old might an ice cream. A cross would be better. I'll wait downstairs with the cleanup crew. When your mum gets here, I'll send her up.
What are you? You killed it. You destroyed it.
I'm a girl, I have a guardian angel, and I asked her to save me. She did with style. Why would an angel do that? She melted it and seemed to enjoy it. Why would she stop a mad killer? If it wasn't here, she'd have killed me, you, and then waited for your mother. And that was just tonight. I don't think strong words would have worked. She looked sad. Hey, it's not all bad. You have one too, and it saved you a few times. One day this will be all a memory, and you can meet some nice guy, have some kids, a nice house, and forget all this. Jessica seemed like she wanted it. She put down the knife and sat up. Sorry, I was scared. I see it's still you.
What the hell?
They both heard a woman voice yelling. Jessica was snapped from the supernatural to the normal.
Oh no, Mum, how bad is it down there?
It was worse than the Spriggan. It was worse than a frat party on acid. It was bad. She had to handle this. She ran downstairs with Jessica, and as she did, the bell rang. She sidled past the woman who was still stunned and let some men in. They had work clothes and a plastic barrel, other had sheets of glass and black plastic. As she looked, one covered the back, and she heard bubbling, fast work. She came to her mother. Hi, Mrs. Reynolds, is it?
Yes, and what the hell is all this? My house is destroyed.
I know, but all will be fixed in a few days, and we'll pay for it all, and of course your hotel tonight, she said, getting into it.
What happened?
Gas leak. Very dangerous small explosion. But all fixed now. You were quite lucky you weren't asleep.
Praise the Lord, I actually hate that conservatory.
Good. It can be remodeled. After calming the lady down, she found Jessica's mother was actually quite nice. She was just glad her daughter was home and safe, and was taking the chance to get a different sunroom thing built, as she never liked that one. She left when it was quite late. She assumed Eternal would have dealt with the final threat, or they were all dead. Either way, it was a good thing for her. She had called Carl and he was already home. She arrived a bit later, feeling strange. Things were getting weird, but she was coming to rely on and love Valeria. She went up the stairs and knocked. Carl opened the door.
Hello.
He said and kissed her. She could smell cooking. Oh no. It will be good. It's risotto. It was the one thing he could make, and it would be good. That wasn't what worried her. She walked past him into the kitchen and gasped. It was clean. A single pot of risotto bubbled. No 3 chopping boards, no fry pans for the chicken, no every pot and pan used. What?
You said clean as you go.
And you listened?
Miracles happen, so anyway, how was your day? Get Jessica home, okay?
This was weird now. He had no idea. She could just say, sure, fine, and not talk about it. She had nearly died, she guessed, but she didn't think so. She'd never been that scared. Not because of her, she thought. The sister Malefus was there, but I let Valeria take me, and I think I killed her with a garden hose.
Damn, that's a good idea. Did you bless the water?
I think so, but I can't do that. I am not a priest.
An angel is probably as good, but I think any believer can.
He went and stirred his pot. It was now getting down, and he stirred and stirred as the rice bubbled and lost water.
We should go to church.
Yeah, some hope would be nice. I am bloody sick of all these demons. And I want you to help me. He stopped stirring and came to her and lifted her up, starting to carry her out of the room.
Do what?
She laughed and gestured down. Not that, I want to find out about her. Valeria, I want to write some questions for you to ask her next time.
Boring, but yes, dinner is on.
Kenris. She knew how to torture a demon, and that was with religion and home appliances. She had the blonde girl tied to a chair, and she was sat at the living room of her big, empty and half-built house. It would be a really big piece of pretty nothing when built. No character at all, but clean and big. The girl was tried up but hadn't dropped her veneer vet, the perky blonde idiot. Not the ancient and murderous demon she could actually respect. "You are?" she asked again. She ran a knife across her flesh, and it did nothing, but proved she wasn't human. It did nothing to her skin. It was like running a knife across a pinkish marble statue.
Madeline of Eternal Legal and employee of the Great One, so I suggest you let me go.
Really, why, Madeline? That's not your name. That wasn't a name when you were made. So tell me what's your name. The truth will set you free.
It's Jane Smith.
Is this humor? Defiance? She poured the holy water into the tray, had the girl feet bare and set them inside the device. It gave the feet a lovely salt water massage and bubbled that water right up on the feet. She screamed and her face changed in a second. Teeth showing white and sharp, lots of them, black eyes, and it screamed, not in defiance, no in pain. She had gloves on, thick plastic ones, and took her feet out of the water and toweled them off. She stopped screaming. Then she looked to her side. There were a lot of bottles. I know, scary, right? You're thinking what would hurt more, when she pour it down my throat, when she pours it over my chest, or she gives me an enema.
I'll talk, just ask.
Good girl. Now what is your name? Let's start there like friends.
It's Galadriel.
Like the elf princess. She was glad she was being funny about this. She hated vampires. They had ruined themselves, corrupted their forms to look human. She took a bottle of water and unscrewed it. She pressed it to her mouth and poured it in. She screamed and screamed in pain, coughing up black blood and a bit of black flesh. She saw some oozing out of her gut as it burned through her skin like acid. Damn, you're evil. Don't like that, do you?
Caleb.
Now was that so hard, pretty boyish name, okay, Caleb? You little failed cherub loser. She had some human blood in another bottle and poured it down her throat. She licked at it and seemed sharper. At least she had vocal cords now. So why did you a-holes kill my soldiers?
We didn't do it personally. Our human hunter Victoria did it. With help from her archangel, you might know her. Valeria.
She said it like the threat it was. She laughed. Don't lie to me. Valeria would never work for demons. No angel would.
Humans they follow do, and so do they. She did it, and she will kill you as well.
I am so very unscared of you all. Now do you think we have waited long enough?
For what?
For them to follow your tracker here. She heard a sound like a soft beeping, and that meant someone was in the house. She grinned at Caleb and let her body change before her. Her skin grew hard and turned to stone. Her body grew in size, and she let out a roar of rage. She slashed her face with a clawed hand, and it knocked her out of her chair, her face ruined and dripping blood. She ran to her, and before she could stand up, she crushed her skull with a giant 3-clawed foot. Black blood spilled out, and she turned around, mashing her head into the ground. 4 more of them came running into the room. They all had the same weapons as the humans had. those stupid grappling guns. But she'd learned from them. As they fired at her, she ran at one man. He fired point blank, but she hit him hard, throwing up against the wall. She simply ripped through his chest and pulled out his heart. Behind her, she felt a tug, and 3 of them were in her skin. She turned, and one that was low down was pulled with some real strength. She toppled down as 4 more of them ran in and fired at her. They all hit her, and she felt a wave of fear. Then were coming and coming. She knew they were strong. This wasn't as easy as she thought it should be. Where was her bloody sister? Once again, she might have been able to help her. She screamed in pain and in rage. There were around 10 of the bloody things in her now, and she leapt up with all of her strength and flapped her powerful stone wings. They came and she pulled them. She screamed in pain as the hooks dug deep into her skin, and she lifted them off the ground. They were heavy, 10 of these dead bodies on her. But her wings were beyond strong. They could carry her. Slowly she flapped and dragged them all up. She punched through the roof, shower tiles down, and as she passed it she heard someone say,
"Damn it, let her go!"
They did, and she flew up in a jerk, suddenly free, and had to flap a little to fast to balance. She flapped her wings and looked down at that roof, and she howled in rage. They had beat her, the rats, the ants, too many of them, and she had failed. She could go back down and try again, but she needed to plan. She needed help. She looked around. Where was her sister? What had they done to her? Now she had no home, but at least she knew where she had some human clothes and things in case of an emergency. She wasn't a fool. She climbed up into the night sky and flew to find her clothes and her stupid sister.
Vicky? After their meal, she was sitting with Carl, and she got a call. It was Matthew.
So we missed the sister. Any leads?
None, just keep an eye on Jessica. How is Madeline? He laughed.
Do you care? She's dead.
He said and hung up. She knew she should not care or even be happy, but they were fucking with her. I'm sick of this. Let's find out what they are up to. Tonight.
Okay, I am in. I have a full-time job now.
They knew where Matthew lived. She had followed him home from work, and now she walked downstairs and to the landie. As he got in, she thought of Kendris. Did she know where she lived? She hoped not. The night had fallen well and truly, and now they drove out to Matthew's house. He lived pretty far away in a place that was near. It was almost a suburb with a lot of land. He was clearly doing well. They drove out to the house, which took a good hour, and they managed to talk most of the way. She was impressed. They talked a lot about work, new people they had met. Lauren, that she was a not weird. She was proud of them, not only monster, as they came out to the house. They saw it was totally dark and didn't have any lights, no. There was a driveway and a gate. She drove the landie right up to it. It had a metal box for a code, but that was all. They looked at it and her to Carl. Can you hack it? He laughed.
How? It's not magic.
I don't know. Okay, I'll try. She got out of the car and looked at the gate. It was a serious piece of business. It was at least 6 foot and just joined in the middle with a massive lock in the middle. The keypad had the full numbers and looked daunting. She walked to the gate and, trying her luck, she shoved it. It was strong, but she felt it. She did have help. It was so far above and beyond now. This had nothing to do with protecting her. Still, she was sticking it to the vampires. She pushed at the gate more and more, and then she heard something break. It was a deep metal crack, and the 2 sides of it flung open wide. The thing didn't smash to the side, but stayed open. She got back into the car. Guess she wants in.
It is your holy mission to destroy them.
Given it was, she should have done this earlier, really. She pushed the car forward and drove it, shoving at the gate. It pushed open, and they drove inside to the house. She pulled up in the drive before the house, and they got out. It was dark, and she looked at her watch. It was only 11-ish.
Should we wait? He's likely not asleep.
Is he even home? Then to herself she asked, is he home? He's not home.
Okay, boss, you lead then, but I bet he has a security system. I mean, why not right?
She looked at him. And you can't hack it.
I should have brought some tools, actually. I have an idea.
He pulled his laptop out of his bag, and she shook her head.
What's It's an essential. Now I need at least 10 minutes. Go have a look around.
She left him tapping away in the light of his screen and went around the house. The more she looked, the more it seemed daunting. Every window she looked at had lines of metal tape at the edges, and big arse locks. All the halls she saw through the windows had sensors and the like. The back door and front were it, but they too would be alarmed. She should have planned this better. She walked back to the front of the house. Should we give up?
Is he shagging that cop, Sam? Has he brought her here?
Without a doubt, maybe she's come here. He passed her a phone. It was an old-school flip phone, cheap.
I cloned his number.
And he passed her another.
And hers, now we try something. When they call, pretend to be her. Say he's drunk and you don't know the code.
They walked to the front of the house. Will this work?
15%. I mean, in theory, it's okay.
She just kicked the door like angel strength was not even part of the solution, and the door flung open. They walked down the hall and looked around. A huge panel was at the wall, a keypad and a bloody countdown. She looked at him as it slowly went down from 30 to 0. It clicked by slowly and she put on the light. They looked around his nice house. It was very minimalist and modern. Nice though. As the counter hit 0, the siren started, and it was horrible. She heard it shrieking and shouting. Lights flashed again and again. In seconds, his phone started to ring. Carl grinned.
Okay, you're her, Sam. He's drunk.
She answered the phone, and with her normal British voice said, "Hello." It was weird because the alarm just stopped. It was there 1 minute causing pain to her ears and beating down on her like an evil force, then gone. She heard a woman on the other end. Bad. No flirting.
Hello, is that Mr. Harper? This is Diamond Security. We have an alert.
Sorry, sweetie. He's really drunk and got the code wrong, and now he's passed out. I thought I knew it. Is it 4,657? Carl gave her the thumbs up. Her high school drama coach should be proud.
Who is this?
She asked. Not impressed. What was her name? Samantha. What PC Sam, you know, Samantha. There was a long silence, and then the other phone started to ring. She answered it and sounded a bit drunk and dumb. Hello, this is Sam. Look, I am a bit busy.
This is us again. Phone number confirmed. Thanks for using Diamond.
She said, and the phone went dead. She half expected the alarm to go off again.
Hey, it worked awesome.
That's why I keep you around. Now let's try be quick. The first thing she did was walk to the fridge and open it up. That was pretty was all she really needed to do. They had told her they needed 100 mils a day, such a small amount. Less than a human could make in a day if you donated. She opened up his big silver fridge in the smart kitchen and looked in. It was filled with 2 bags. She was hoping for 10s and 10s, a blood hoard. Yet as Carl looked over her shoulder, he said,
That's a lot for a day.
The bag was big, at least a liter, like the ones from a hospital, but instead of being labeled like that, it had a smiley face and said, Monday. She took it out of the fridge and read the label. Get Monday started right with this zesty Italian and Spanish mix.
Oh no, killers and tacky ones. That is so bad.
She saw it was a lot, and walking to his bin, she opened it. Inside were a few empty bags, traces of red around them. It was a lot of blood. They were lying to her about this. What else? Let's see if he has an office. They went out of the kitchen and she saw there was an upstairs. It was glass and light pine wood, and up she walked. She was mad at herself. She had known they were evil and done nothing. Sure, they had threatened her, but she was as dangerous as them now. She walked to a hallway, and at the end was a nice and neat home office. It had a lot of books around, and at the computer there was a large microphone. Carl went to it and tapped the mouse. It was open, and he went to a file.
Seems like he has a voice diary.
She looked at the file. She looked through the dates and things. She saw one, it said The Seed. What the hell was that? Lauren had called the Spriggan The Seed. She clicked play, and Matthew's smooth voice echoed through the whole house.
The wrap-up was marvelous for us. Vicky has totally destroyed the seed, and it is gone from the world. I had to kill the girl, Diana, but is all we had to do. We now have one less to deal with. Next, I am going to position Vicky to her path. Kenris has been an obstacle for us, and Vicky will no doubt help us in removing her.
She felt sick in her gut. Diana was dead, poor, sweet, idiot goth girl. She had been caught up, and now they had taken her out. Why? The more she thought of her, she started to cry. Carl came to her and held her.
Bastards, but now we can be clear of them. This is too much.
He pulled his laptop out his bag and a cord and pulled it into the other.
I can copy them all.
We have to do more. I am not letting them get away with this. She was sad and broken, but she knew there was more. They had only scratched the surface of what this place had to teach them. While Carl started on transferring the files over, she went out of the room, and walking down the stairs, she drew out her machete. There was another flight of stairs to the left. They had a solid door before them, a handprint code, and once again she just pushed it. She shoved it with all her force, and it flung open with a crash. She walked down the stairs and looked around. She could just scream. She had no idea how to respond to what she was seeing. All around her in glass cages were creatures. This was not just his house, it was some kind of base. Once she had shoved open the door, a man, or rather, one of them that was down there keeping guard, ran at her. She didn't think he just leaped forward as he ran. His teeth turned to sharp and eyes black, and leaped at her teeth first. It was a poor attack to a sword. She lashed out with a solid cut to the left, Mr. Lee would be proud of. The things he'd fell to the floor and she let it roll. She looked around, but he was the only guard. Carl had run down and was now there with her. He looked around.
Damn monster zoo.
One cage was water and a mermaid was in it. She went to look at it and it swam towards her. Maybe it could smell her blood or something, but it was horrid. She had seen Anya when her head was cut off and fangs showing, but this was beyond gross. She almost felt bad for it. The creature hit against the glass with weak hands and sharp claws. It would eat her if it could get her. It looked dead and rotting. Its face was female, but that of a dead body, and she had a large black tail. Her eyes were red, not glowing, but tortured in the salty water. She walked past it and looked on. Carl looked at her.
What is this place?
She didn't know what it was. It was some kind of prison, that was for sure, but it had to be more than that. They wouldn't keep prisoners. If one of them went rogue, they would just kill it. This was some kind of creepy lab. The next was just a cell. It was empty, and they looked at each other, yet she saw in the corner was a gathering darkness. She could hear her angel warning her of anything in this room. This scared her. As she stood, something sensed her, and turning, rushed at the glass. She screamed as it hit the glass before her. As it did, it showed itself to her. And she tried not to scream. It was like that thing from the encounter with Bree. Massive creature, ragged wings and looking like the Grim Reaper. It had yellow eyes that fixed on her.
Damn.
She swallowed her fear and tapped the glass. It went back to the back of the cell, not able to get out. I think that is just a demon. I think that's what they look like when not taking over something else.
Like the Grim Reaper with wings.
I guess people might have seen them before. She had to know more. She walked around them all and looked. She went to another and gasped. A being looked at her. It came to the glass and barked and growled. It was like a dog, but large and black, and looked rotting and corrupted. What are they doing with all these? She looked in a cell next to the dog and saw a thing like a gargoyle but smaller, still made of stone, but it ran away at the sight of her. It was like a little stone goblin. Then she looked and covered her face a bit. In the next cage was another of those dog things. It tore away at the leftovers of something in the cage with it. They looked and she swore it looked like the leftovers of a vampire, back and rotten.
It's some kind of testing room. They want to see what is stronger than them.
And then what, I kill it? So they become the strongest monsters. So what?
We'll ask him.
She looked around. I think it's time to quit.
Kenris. She knew for days her sister was gone, but didn't know how or where or when. She got no calls on her phone. She wasn't anywhere, even though it was dangerous for herself. She went back to the church, the house, her hacker, and finally she went to the house of Jessica, just because that was someone she knew. What she saw made her just not know. Workers were fixing the back glass. It had been smashed. Maybe her sister had done that. What if she was right? If the girl had a very powerful angel that saved her? She had to know, and she couldn't stand it anymore. She waited until the girl's mother had left the next day. She waited a few minutes and simply knocked on the front door. The girl was a sweet-hearted fool, still now. She just opened the door wide at the knock. a smile on her face. Not even the chain, though she could snap it easier than ripping paper. Her smile collapsed as she saw her. The woman who had drained her and left her for dead. She shoved her hard and sent her flying back into the living room. Her body left the ground, and then she hit the carpet and rolled over her shoulder, landing badly against the wall. She looked up, shaken and bleeding a bit from her forehead as she walked up. As she approached, she drew a knife. "Where is my sister, the other one?" It wasn't like with the vampire she spilled her guts even before she got to have some fun with her. The girl was terrified, and her scared eyes kept going to the knife. She couldn't not look at it.
She tried to kill me, or rather Vicky, and Vicky stopped her.
How does a human girl stop my sister? She walked up to her and knelt down next to her, the knife pressed against her neck. Her face so close to the girl's, she could feel her breath. Her throat moved under the blade that lightly pressed against her skin.
Her eyes turned white, and she threw her out of the house. I think she was super strong. I saw from the window. Later she told me her angel was in her.
Did she name the angel?
No.
It was hard to believe. She'd never heard of an angel possessing someone they were protecting, and it being so active to help her swing a hammer and destroy her brothers, that wasn't protecting her. Now it made sense one of her brethren had come to life. He had moved, yet she saw no blood on him, so it must have been a drop. This was surely an archangel. Then it hit her. This dirty human was saying her sister was dead, her bratty, annoying and lovely sister, her only friend left in the world. Now she was alone, and not only alone for a few years. She'd been alone in misery for hundreds of years, and then have hell to look forward to. She'd make Vicky join her in suffering. She'd show the world why she was cast down. How did she die? The girl cried.
I don't know, I didn't see.
She looked at the knife and it pressed into her neck and she slowly pushed it down. The girl put her hands to it and tried to hold it back. That's what she wanted. She pressed it down hard, but the girl fought back. She thought she was just holding the knife, and she was strong. But it was the angel's strength. This one as well helped her, though not like the other. This girl, Vicky, killed her sister. She was strong, and if she wanted to kill her, she'd need to get her separate from her angel. She would be nothing without it. Do you know where this Vicky lives? The girl was so scared. It was funny, part of her looked like she wished she wasn't so scared, that maybe she should be trying to fight her.
I don't, why would I?
True, but you have her phone number, don't you? She stood the girl up and looked at her. Let's try something. Try defend yourself. She held the knife to her gut, and the girl grabbed her wrist. She shoved it back, and the girl down with her hands. It was great, she had so much strength. She held the blade back from stabbing her. That's great! Then she let go off one hand and hit her in the gut. She collapsed with a cry, buckled over. She laughed, looking at her. So you have to be touching it, good to know. She put her foot over the girl and stepped down toward her neck. She was going to stomp on her. Yet she got her hands up again and held her back. It was funny, so much strength, yet so restricted. She could beat Vicky. She lifted her foot up and let the girl stand. She stood shaken, and then she just threw the knife at her. It flew across the air and sunk into her arm. She laughed out loud. Yes, it worked. The girl collapsed to the floor, crying, blood leaking from her arm. Don't worry, I need your blood if I'm going to beat this Vicky. She walked to the girl and hit her on top of the head. It sent her into a deep, dark sleep, and she collapsed onto the floor. She went to the couch and sat down. Then, deciding she was hungry, She went to the fridge and made herself a sandwich. They had everything, and she made a nice cheese and ham. She could not eat or eat it. All was fine. She thought of Vicky and Eternal. She was their weapon. They the generals. They killed her sister and her brothers, and she would rain pain on them. If she killed this she and got her blood, she could have the strength to kill the others. But could she beat her? She had killed Maleficus. She didn't want to fail. Maybe she did need help. First, she would rip her life apart. She knew she liked this girl and would start here. She waited and watched TV. She wasted a whole day at the house. Jessica woke up twice and she just punched her back to sleep. It was easy enough. Finally, her mother came home and she walked into the room. She had some shopping and smiled at her, thinking it would be the daughter. "Hi, baby." And then she turned and let her yellow eyes glow. The bitch dropped her bags and let off a horror movie scream, but was too scared to run. She only started to run when she was up. She smashed her head hard into the door frame. This was as good as anything she thought. She grabbed the door and swinging it, crushed it into her head again and again. The lady's skull smashed open and blood came out. She screamed a bit, then died. It was some blood work and fun. She hadn't gone on a killing spree in ages. She back into the lounge room. The girl was awake again. She'd seen that all there were tears in her eyes. "Call Vicky, we need to meet."
Vicky. She stood out the front of Jessica's house and looked towards it. It seemed quiet and peaceful, but she'd gotten a call from her, crying, saying Kenris was here and ready to finish her. Still, this thing had no idea what it was dealing with. She went to the boot of Laggy and looked at her weapons. They were all laid out, and really no, she just wanted a sword made in heaven. That was what she needed. A machete was just a weak, modern thing. Still, she took her machete and looked up at the house. She knew she wasn't even in there. Valeria could sense a demon, and she could and did scout around places. She guessed she had wings and flew around looking at things. She knew what to expect. She didn't see it in her mind like a video, but she knew what was there. Like the boat full of bodies in Mexico, she knew where the gaps were. She had her machete again, and she'd convinced Carl to stay in the car as a getaway driver. They hadn't called the Eternal Dicks. That was a fight for another day. She walked towards the front door and she tried not to scream. They had one door, a little veranda thing, and then the main door. Laying at the bottom, she supposed was the mother, Barbara, she had met the night before. Nice lady. She now lay with her head broken open. She'd been killed with the edge of the swinging door. The white painted wood was wet with blood, dark red in places, and it even had some blonde hair stuck to it. The house seemed more quiet and still as she stared at her. She didn't know if she'd ever seen something like that, someone killed so brutally for fun. She tried not to be sick. She stepped over the poor women and went into the house. She looked around. There were signs of violence, but not half as much as when she went in yesterday. Why did it want her here? She wasn't fooled. It could have made her come and not been ready. But she had warned her. Jessica had said she was waiting for her. As she walked into the lounge, she looked at the couch, and in big red bloody letters above it was written the words, "Answer me." And sitting on the couch was a phone. It was probably Jessica's phone, and as she reached out to it, it started to ring. She tried not to find that too creepy, and she pressed the green phone sign. A girl's voice came on the other end.
"Hello, is that Vicky?"
Her voice was quite nice and refined. It had a fairly strong British accent. She was from London somewhere. "Sure is." Trying not to worry, she looked around for a trap to spring.
"This is Kenris, the demon,"
she said very seriously, and she laughed. "I know, you're not afraid of me. Why not face me?"
"Nope, but I am old, patient and mad at you. You have done something stupid. You have taken away from a serial killer the only thing they have ever loved. I could have stayed and fought you. But why? I have faced people like you before. I will kill everyone you love, have met, or follows you on Instagram. I will make you suffer, and then take a year off. let you rebuild and do it again.
The phone went dead. She looked at it and she was scared. Her hand was shaking and she managed to put it down. She sat on the couch and put the machete across her knees. Here she was thinking she was so strong and so fierce, and now she'd picked a fight with a killer. It was right, what was she doing? This wasn't a misguided Spriggan trying to get people to recycle. This was a million-year-old killer, and she just picked a fight with it. She walked out of the house in a daze. She stepped over the body of Barbara and almost fell to her knees. It had destroyed this family, and they had done nothing to her. She just had what she wanted. She thought it must have taken Jessica too. Now she was the blood puppet of this monster. She had no idea where it was. Her only hope was to find Kenris fast and put her in the ground. Carl stepped out of the car. She was shaking and went to him. He held her and she started to cry. She was so damn mad at herself. Now everyone she knew was in danger. Her mother, father, Carl, Jessica as well. She doubted the candlemakers could protect her. She had to fight Eternal at the same time. She leaned back and he asked her what. She didn't know how to explain it. She had threatened her, that was all. But she believed it. I think she's going to kill all my loved ones. He looked at her and held her again.
We'll find her first, but maybe it's time you told your parents.
What? That demons exist?
They are Christians, aren't they? Don't they believe it already?
They believe in bad things, whispering to people and guiding them wrong. I don't think they believe in a thing that can take the form of a girl and a gargoyle and wants to kill them.
Guess we'll find out.
She was stuck now. It was only a matter of time before Matthew found out about his broken-into house and their discovery, and then would have to deal with two things trying to kill her family. Carl was right, though they had to tell them. She got in the car and started to drive to her mother's house. She lived not that far away. It was only about 10 minutes' drive. When she looked out the back of the plastic window of the Landy and saw a blue car take the street to follow them, she remembered the phone ringing as she touched it. Bit of theatre, but like someone was watching her. What better way to find out where she lived or who her people were? She pulled out a smoke from the glove compartment, pre-rolled and lit it. I think she is following us.
Well, what does she know about you? I mean, it's all well and good to say I'm going to kill your family, but a name and address would be a good start.
She let out a sad laugh, and I would have led her right to them. He was grinning, however, and she caught the smile. What?
This is good. Let's go to Matthew's.
Kenris. She had seen in some movie, surely, when you came and threatened the bad guy. Then they called their fellow in crime and hopefully went to move the body. She didn't know enough about Vicky to get her hacker onto her, yet she knew like all scared idiots. She either run home or to her loved ones now. Either way, good for her. But she hoped she would be finding her mother dearest. She wanted to cut her head off and leave it somewhere she would find it. Wherever they lived in was far away. In some place called Kent, and she let a smile come to her face. Jessica, who was taped and gagged in the boot of her car, she told her that she lived in Beckenham. She didn't know the address, sadly, but she did know this wasn't it. They drove to a very nice house that was out by itself on a road, and she pulled her big, stupid car up into a driveway and spoke into a buzzer. She drove past as they were talking into it and kept on going up the road. She could burst in there and kill them all, or she could wait until tonight and do it. But she was patient. She wrote down the address in her phone and started the long drive back to her house. She sat in the leather seat, hands on the wheel. Sounds of Jessica struggling in the boot, and her mind went to her sister. She thought of all the times they had spent together, the various forms they had taken, adventures in blood they had had. She would miss her sister, but she would see her again in hell. She grinned, always that to look forward to. The banging on the boot kept up a steady bang, bang, bang. The girl was a fighter. She had to give her that. She wondered if she knew her mother was dead. She wondered if she wished now she'd been hit by that car and the guardian had never helped her. Was it more of a curse now if it brought her to them? She pulled into the roadway and drove onward. Her road was a part of a housing estate, and she looked at the concrete slabs, half-built houses, and drove on to hers. In front of her house was a few black BWMs, and standing near them was Matthew, the bloody Great One himself. Nice black hair, fine suit and pretty face. She stepped out of her car and let herself change into her gargoyle form. They all looked at her. At least 10 of the things. All armed with those guns. Yet he simply came forward, hands out, calm.
We need to talk.
She didn't trust this bastard, so she didn't turn back into her weak form just to make conversation easier. They talked as she yelled at him in her rough, gravelly voice, better for war cries than a conversation. But if he was bringing 10 soldiers, she needed this. She spoke first.
You were here. You tried to get me. You told her to kill Malefus.
He didn't seem like it was a big deal. One thing she'd always hated about him was his massive arrogance, like nothing he did could be a mistake.
I was here. Vicky was our champion, but now we need a new one.
And why is that? She find out you're evil and a dick.
He laughed.
She saw something she doesn't understand. We've been making great progress in our plans. Many have fallen.
She knew the plan was to be king of the fallen on Earth. But he had some reason. It wasn't anything to do with Earth.
Now you want my help?
No, you want our help, we'll give you her address.
She laughed. Vicky had been a fool to trust him. Now she could sneak into her house and kill her slow. She could kidnap her and use her as an endless blood supply instead of Jessica.
I want her family too.
No, we're not cleaning up all these different sites. Also, you just came from my house. So cross that off. You can have her and my word to leave you alone if...
If what?
When she's dead, you come work for us. I like you. You can be our new champion.
Fine, but I get to know the plan.
He laughed.
Sure, the headline is Kill God, get behind it.
She started to laugh, but saw he was serious. If anyone who would try it would be him. The most arrogant of the generals, maybe not as personally vain as Lucifer, but when it came to fighting and thinking he could win.
Sounds stupid. And how does killing demons help?
It's not just demons. Now get to work. I'll text you the address.
He left, and she waited until all the cars had gone and she let herself turn back. She stood naked on the road and went into her house. She found some clothes and got dressed. Soon enough, her phone started to beep and it had an address. She looked at it and grinned. Hello, Vicky. She thought about Malefus, she, Michael and the offer. She'd kill Vicky, but when it came to working with them, she didn't know if she could trust them either. They were clearly having Vicky followed, and they knew where she'd been and gone. They were no doubt having her followed too. Still, the question was, could they do it? Could they kill God? She doubted it, but maybe it was worth a try.
Vicky. They had lost Kenris. She'd seen them stopped at the house of Michael and driven on. They waited at the busser and she didn't even press it. They were shielded by the big solid gate from eyes inside and they started to drive back towards home. She was still damn scared, yet she had earned herself a day or two. This thing might want to destroy her, but it had very little to go off. She turned to Carl. Could she find me off what she has?
I could, so yes. I mean, we think she's working with a hacker, right?
How?
Jessica has your phone number. That gives name and dob, then into licensing, and then address. Your address is the easiest, but your family won't be that hard. You've probably got their full names on your birth cert.
She was one of the only 23-year-olds she knew who didn't have a Facebook page, Twitter, Instagram, or anything. It was just giving monsters her home address. Still, she should have had a full fake ID. We need to find out what to do. I don't want to tell them, but I do want to protect them. She passed her phone to Carl and got him to ring Jenny of the candle makers. Maybe she'd know what to do. She guessed she was on Matthew's shit list as neither of them had talked since she'd been in his house. She guessed that fight would be next and one more thing to worry about. She drove the long way home and the phone started to ring and then answered.
Hello?
Jenny said. Hi, it's Vicky. You're on speaker. I'm with Carl.
Hi. Okay, what is that sound, though? Are you standing next to a truck stop?
The engine of the Land Rover was pretty loud. Just the car, sorry.
All good. What's happening?
She thought of how to sum it all up in as few words as possible. I have broken ties with Eternal, pissed off a demon and want to protect my family. There was some silence and then she spoke.
Good for you. We can get some people to your father's, as I know he's far away. But with your mother, you want to bless the house, the grounds, get some holy water and go crazy.
Like from a church?
She laughed.
No, you need a lot. Just buy a few litres from the shop and bless it. And the house.
She didn't know. It was one thing to have a guardian angel. She knew all this was real. Yet she guessed it was time to pick a side. If a blessing would guard her family, she'd do it and stop being half-arsed about it. Okay, what words like praise Jesus and the like?
Yeah, you can record this and repeat it, but you have to repeat it. This isn't that stupid TV show Supernatural. A blessing only works because you believe. The recording is just so you know what to say.
Carl pressed record on the phone and she started.
Dear Lord, please bless this house and all who reside in it. Protect them from harm and agents of the dark one. Let them know your love and safety. In Jesus' name, amen.
There was a bit of silence then.
That should work. And bless the water, so you can for outside. We'll send some people as well if you like.
Please do. They drove to near her mother's house and they stopped into the shop on the corner, which was a petrol station, but also a very small M&S. They bought a massive bottle of water and also a bags of pork pies. They were too good. She let her hand slip down into Carl's as they walked back across the road to the car. Life is still crazy.
Yep, it gives new meaning to Onward Christian Soldier. Do you think those televangelists actually know about this stuff?
They are probably demons, making faith silly to derail it.
Damn, that could be right. So first Kenris and then Eternal, you're going to try take them down.
I have to. I don't know what they're up to, but I know it's got to be bad. Soon enough, they had arrived at her mother's house. She sat in the driver's seat and held a bottle of water. As yet, it was unblessed, just from the shop. She pulled it out of the shopping bag and held it. It was a bit wet on the outside. Carl had one too, and he grinned at her.
Want me to go first?
She realized she never asked him about his faith. She assumed he was like her. He believed what he saw, but now they saw it all. Sure.
Dear Father, please bless this water, make it holy and filled with your strength, in Jesus' name, amen. That okay?
I think so. She blessed her own water and stepped out of the car. They walked around the gate near her mother's house and opening her up, she started to sprinkle it around. It was around 7, and as she sprayed it around on the ground, the light came on and her mother walked to the window.
Vicky?
She could half hear her and just waved. She kept spraying the water around and Carl did too, then the walk to the door. She poured it in a line over the door. Her mother was there now. She looked at the water and up like she was crazy.
What are you doing?
It's holy water, just making it safe.
Thanks, I guess.
She smiled at Carl and hugged him, and then her.
Want to stay for dinner?
Kenris. She sat on the curb across the street from the house that was meant to be Victoria's. If she was going to throw in with the vampires or not, she had to see what she was getting. Also, she wanted to get a look at the girl that had killed her sister. What was she? Some warrior? She looked up and realized she was in a pool of light. She sat with her back against a street lamp, and it shone down light. She was in a kind of unmade road. It was a bit muddy and rough, but too much light. She cast around and easily found a rock, a smooth bit of white quartz. She stood up, aimed at the lamp and tossed it. It wasn't that hard, but it smashed the light black. It went out with a popping fizz and she sat back down. She half expected it to fall out, but it didn't. She sat back down and waited. She was good at this kind of thing, but was getting hungry when a car pulled into the driveway of the house. It was hardly what she expected. It was a big green Land Rover. It looked like a farmer's car, but clean. She shook her head and then looked as the girl got out. She looked a bit like her sister. Blonde hair, but tall and pretty. But different from Malefus. She looked serious. She also had a faint white scar on her neck that looked a lot to her like a mini shark bite, which she knew was a mermaid scar. She should be dead from the rot. The girl stepped down from the wagon and to the gravel off her driveway. She was shocked at the glow around her. Next to her was an angel. It followed with her, and it gave off a light that nearly blinded. She couldn't see its true form, but it would have been so pretty. She was almost jealous. Then she did something weird. The girl started to spray water on the ground as she walked in her doorway. The bearded bloke that was with her did the same, and soon they were in the house. She walked across the road and into the drive. The building was 3-story, and they had the top at the side. The door they went into was the old servant entrance at the side of each floor. She walked a step and gasped in pain. She looked down, and her foot was smoking. She took a step back and felt that holy burning. It was not just pain, it was an angry, disapproving pain. It was pain that judged you. She saw they had doused the whole ground with bloody holy water. She hadn't planned on killing her tonight. She just wanted to look at her. But this made her mad. She ran at the door and opened it. It was unlocked, being that of 3 people. She looked up, 3 flights of stairs. She started to walk up and laughed. No water on the stairs. It was a communal zone. People were too polite. She walked up, and then she stopped. In front of her door was a landing, and down it a line of stairs. They all had water on them, and the landing itself was blessed, as was the house now. She felt it like a sickness in her gut. If she managed to force her way in, it would hurt so much. Still, she knew where she lived. They had told her the truth in that. She walked down the stairs, and as she walked past the car, she put her hands out, let them grow into claws, and she ran them down the paint, carving huge chunks out of it. She stopped. The car wasn't blessed. At least she could do something now. But she had to think. She racked her mind. She thought of all the things she hated, and what would be the worst. And then she took a single nail and carved in the words, "Cocksucker." She'd always hated that. She laughed as she walked away. She had a long night ahead of her. She walked down Vicky's road and to the station. She got a train to the city and then back to her place. She had a meeting with her man, the hacker. She wanted every one of Vicky's family, and he could get it. She went to the harp and ordered a beer. She sat with it in the room and waited. She looked at all the people smoking away. She'd never understood it. Humans live for such a short time. They acted like death was the worst thing ever, yet more than 25% smoked, knowing it would kill them. She waited for a while past 10, when she'd planned to meet him, and he walked in. He had a drink, and this time he smiled. He looked at her and next to her.
No cute sister,
He said, just a throwaway line. It was like a punch in her gut. She felt a wave of sadness. No, she's gone. Killed. He was shocked.
What killed? Really, what are you involved in?
You don't want to know?
No.
He looked like he was about to say something and then didn't.
You're probably right. How can I help?
He asked, all business in his hoodie and black jeans. I have a phone number and I want a life, especially her parents' addresses.
Too easy their address as well?
No, I have it. I'll have to transfer you the money. I don't have it now. He laughed.
$2,000 and I need a week.
Okay. She gave him the phone number. She had taken from Vicky's phone, and he finished his beer in near silence and then left. After all this was done, she'd have to kill him as well. There was no way that he hadn't looked into her life, and when he'd found nothing that would give it all away, what person her age, had no social media, no bank accounts, no records, no nothing. Still, he was the only one who could connected her to what he'd been finding, and she doubted the police wouldn't see every name she asked for ended up dead.
Matthew. He'd learned of Vicky's betrayal weeks ago, but she was getting worse and worse. First, she had joined the august and annoying Order of the Candlemakers, religious troublemakers formed by her bloody great-grandmother. Then, she'd invaded his home and found his little den. He was doing a good job of true-blooding her, making her think they were okay. Even the vampire form was a watered-down version of what they were. If humans saw the truish demon form, they'd not accept it. Tests had been done. Now she had ruined it. She'd been a good weapon. Killed the Spriggan, the Mermaid, the Blackthorn, killed Malefus, and now she was fighting them. Still, he was far from upset. She'd helped the cause so much. He sat in his living room, a glass in hand. It was full of blood, and Sam walked in. He had turned her. She now had a demon, and he was pretty happy with it. It had taken over from her, but it was a good one, former succubus. She still showed him respect, and it left a lot of Sam in there. She walked in, wearing only a robe. She just had her second bath for the day.
Dear Great One, would you like me now?
Later I'm eating, but thank you. She was a nice one, polite. Still, he had to decide what to do. He still had a good score of creatures. He had wanted to be gone, and now Vicky was going to fight them. He took his glass of blood and walked downstairs, past Sam, who had started to watch TV with relish, and into his lab. They had a new guard, and he walked to the mermaid tank. He tapped on the glass, and the thing came swimming at him. "Hello, ugly," he said, and it snapped its fangs at him weakly. She was the strongest thing in here. When feed, he walked to the black dog. It too could do some damage. It had killed one of their own, and thus had made its way onto the list. It was simple. If they could kill it easily, then it could live. If it was a danger to his kind, it died. The weak always followed strong in his world. He walked to the cage that held the dog. It growled and snapped. He kicked at it. Soon you will be gone. Sorry, friend, but you are too feisty." He walked back upstairs and pulled out his phone as it started to ring. He picked it up. "Richard, hello." Richard was another human that helped them. He had a disease, or rather he thought he did. It was so easy to make human believe he was dying, and now he helped them out, and would hand over his soul to avoid the make-believe cancer growing in him. He was a hacker, and they had positioned him into the life of Kenris. She was on a very short list of things they watched all the time, and when she'd reached out to start tracking down angels, he was happy to let her and get someone close to her.
"Hello, Master," she reached out again.
Richard always sounded scared when he called, and now more than ever. It was bad news then. What did she want? It was bound to be bad. He had told her Vicky's address, and her only need of the hacker was to find her family. But he knew Kenris, and he'd told her no, hoping that would just make her cover her tracks. He'd actually been fairly impressed with her so far. She killed humans when she wanted, but he never made work for him. She always hid it well. "The family."
"Yes, what should I do?"
"I appreciate the call. Please provide her with the addresses. We'll let her have some fun. It's good to keep the team busy."
"She's going to kill them."
"So what?"
"I can't do this anymore."
He said and sounded like he'd cry. It was often like this with him. He had a very fatalistic view of life. Michael would have picked someone else, but Kenris knew him now, and it was too late for an actor change. Or was it? "You're right. Screw her. I said no right. Why don't you come over? You've done enough. We can turn you."
Vicky. She woke the next day with a wrong feeling. It was that angel saying there is evil lurking around. She come to trust it. Her old feelings of distrust and a very strong perv meter was actually an angel whispering to her, "Nice." She went to the window and looked down in the front yard. Damn it! She ran downstairs barefoot, underarmed, and suddenly realizing this could be a trap. But she felt only anger. She looked at poor, pretty Lagatha and carved deep into the paint were the words, "Cocksucker, damn it." She was so mad. She didn't know if it was brat kids, drunk teens, or a demon, but she didn't care. Someone had hurt her car. Carl was now up and looked out and down. She could see he was trying not to laugh. He looked at the words, then her, and yelled out, "She doesn't know you very well. Shut up! My parents are going to see this."
Try magically heal it like angel magic.
She waved her hand over the words and closed her eyes. Please, Jesus, fix this. Nothing happened. She saw the words were across 2 doors and would have to be repainted. Damn it. She walked up to the stairs and back inside. Was it her? Was she here? She asked herself, and knew it was yes. Now she felt a bit better. Kenris the elder and more dangerous had been here, and all she'd got was a vandalized car. Not a smashed house or face and body, just that. It seemed the blessing they had done while drunk on red wine from her mother's had worked well enough. Still, that thing knew where she lived and had found out in hours. She walked back on the door. Carl was dressed and handed her a coffee.
Sorry.
For the car or being a jerk? He laughed again and just smiled.
I have something that will cheer you up.
He walked to his laptop and picked it up, and then he brought it to her. It was an email video from a guy named Richard, and it actually started,
If you're reading this, I am dead. If you're reading this, I am dead, or have been turned into a vampire and not me anymore, and don't care if you read this. Either way, Richard is dead. I am giving this to you, Vicky, because I know you will make them pay. I have been working with Kenris, and now she and Michael are teamed up. She is trying to find where your family lives, but she lives in a housing estate in Criswell. I'll put in the address. Also, you need to stop Michael. He is also known as the Great One and is one of the 5. You will find the key to stopping him at the attached address. Good luck.
one of the 5 what?
I have no idea, and the Great One sounds like a stage magician from the 1920s. Still, we seem to have 2 addresses now. She first?
She thought about it, and then she had an idea. I think one of the 5 is serious, maybe fallen angel stuff, so why don't we ask someone what to do?
Valeria?
Who else? Before he could answer, she closed her eyes and thought, Valeria, come in. Her eyes opened, and then she opened them again. She was dressed in black and looking at the outside of a factory. Carl was next to her, and they crouched down in a ditch, looking at workers, moving crates around. He looked worried, and Hen smiled.
You back?
Yeah, where are we? He laughed, but seemed a bit worried.
Well, seems one of the 5 is bad. It's one of the 5 demon generals.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Yeah, so when I told Val that Michael was the Great One and this was his base, we had to get here as fast as possible, which was her driving, and it was crazy, eyes glowing white. But now we're here, she is keen for you to be in charge and decide what to do. I think she had a bit of a meltdown. I think she's breaking rules in what she is doing with you.
I have to believe she is. 1. Why do I have a guardian angel? 2, is she allowed to show God's power to non-believers?
I don't know, but let's hope she doesn't get audited. Now this place is weird, look.
He turned her to the factory and looked at it, as what a big van leaving from a carport and drive away. She looked at the side, unmarked and white, then she looked up and saw a big arse fridge thing on the roof. It's a cold storage?
Those trucks or vans are too.
Blood?
Well, if it was something nice, I'd expect some branding. Also, there are armed guards.
He was right. There was a dude in a booth that opened a gate and a group of men walking around the place. They were outside the fence at the back. She remembered, you ask her my questions? He laughed.
She only answered one, but seemed like I was being rude.
Which did you ask?
How old are you?
She laughed now. I guess she is a woman, sort of. What did she say?
It was pretty cryptic. As old as the Earth.
That was well done. It could be 6.7 billion or whatever, or 2,000 if the creationist were right. What do you think?
Billions.
As they watched, she looked at her watch. It was only 10 p.m. They had to wait until night to break in. She pulled out her phone and called Jenny. She made sure people would be guarding her family. She didn't want to get them killed if she was arrested for breaking and entering. So we wait?
I guess we don't have a choice, unless you're allowed in there, given you work for them.
I haven't spoken to the Great One since we broke into his house. I can't believe I was an employee of someone who knows the devil, who helped him.
Yeah, it's weird. Glad we're fighting them now. That was all bad.
Waiting for 8 hours in the grass near the fence of some factory was probably the most boring thing she had ever done in her life. She waited 2 hours in the Cuban airport, drinking horrid coffee and thinking they hadn't washed the place since the 80s, but this was even worse than that. They had nothing, no headphones, no nothing. In the end, Carl played music out of his phone and they played 20 questions, over and over again. They had gotten pretty good at this in Costa Rica. No Wi-Fi and no TV at nights, so it was just talking and word games. Finally, the sun had set and the factory was closed. The guards dropped from 4 to 1, and he was in that booth and just walked around every half an hour. He had a shit ton of cameras in there, though.
So when he does his rounds, we run out and get in before he's back to his cameras.
If they had 2 people, this would be impossible.
He's probably sick. Your angel went and punched him in the gut last night, I bet you.
She wondered if he was right. Luck was on their side, seemed. They waited for the guard to come, and then she dragged her unfit self up the wire fence and over. That was a lot easier when she was 10, but she ran with Carl as fast as they could across the car park and to the back door of the big white building. She ran to the door and shoved the handle down. She knew she had help because she Jessica Jones'd it open. It just broke open in her hand and she ran in. They shut the door behind them and she looked out. The factory was filled with lots of big vats, cold steel things, and it looked like a very well-maintained brewery. They walked looking left and right, but there were no guards inside. She walked towards a large fridge, and pulling the handle down, she opened it. She was hit with a wall of cold, and slowly she saw as the mist cleared. The fridge was empty. She'd been expecting something. People, maybe. Blood bags. What? She asked. He just pointed her head to a big vat. It had a hose running down and went to a concrete. At one end was a load of bag like she'd seen in Michael's fridge. She went to the vat and touched it. It was cold and felt like it was moving within. She took the steel hose and turned it. A few drops of red blood dripped out of the end, and then she turned it back. She looked up at the vat. It was huge. It must have held hundreds of liters of blood, and it was one of 4 in the place. Where did they get that? He looked around and then to her.
How much did he need a day?
I think a liter. He counted and then frowned.
So we have at least 4,000 vampires in London?
Vampire was a word they made up. It was to make them nicer seeming. 20 years it would be vamps, then sunlight challenged. Not blood drinking, dead-wearing demons. That sounded worse. They were growing in number, adding more and more to the ranks. Demons were getting bodies and the ability to feed them. Then they were killing the others. Why? To be number 1? I have it.
Plan.
Kenris. She woke the next day and she really had nothing to do. She had hoped Richard would give her the address of the family, but he hadn't. She'd only left him at 11-ish, but he normally worked all night and sent her a message at some crazy morning hour. Now she woke as the sun shined in the window and she raised herself. She was asleep on the floor of the house, and she went to the kitchen and had a glass of water. The house was almost done, but for the final piece, and she had a shower and got changed. She might have to move. She was sick of living like this. It was an old habit of a fighter, to be hard to find, but now she need not live this way. As she picked up her phone, she saw there was a message. Richard is dead, but the address of Vicky's mother is yours if you come and see me. It was Michael, she assumed. She looked at it. She should have known they'd be all over it. Still, he didn't seem that upset about it. She knew his house was far away and this would be easier for him, she'd text back. Send a car. She decided she could get used to this and really she should start living differently. Now that the others were gone, she didn't need to live in that dirty church, yet she need not live in some house that was being built. Besides, it was Sunday, she thought, and that meant workers would come on Monday and ruin her peace. The car that had come to get her was nice, black and air-conditioned. She sat in the back seat and didn't talk to the man who drove it. He looked like he could have come out of a magazine. Nice suit, handsome, she guessed, but cold eyes, and he just nodded to her. The car made its fast way to the house, and the gate opened with a crack as she passed. Michael was at the door, the great one. The car pulled to a stop and he held it for her. He was nice, but she saw he did it as a kind of, look how nice I am.
Greetings, Kenris.
She knew his title was really master. That's what all his lackeys called him. If she got a car service, she could get into it, Master, you had Richard killed. He grinned.
Indeed, he was our man, but we like to keep an eye on beings like you, but he outlived his usefulness.
They walked inside of the house, and he was brought some blood in a wineglass. He offered some to her, and she shook her head. I don't need it.
No, why not?
He asked, as if he didn't know. I'm not dead. This human form is strong.
Yes, very good. So anyway you want the address, even though I said no.
She killed my sister.
On my orders, maybe you should kill me too.
We have time. I'll get you later. Now the address.
So it seems that a few of my followers and the higher ones are not happy. They think you are a brat and not strong enough to do what Vicky has done. Also, a lot of them saw what she did to your sister, so they want me to terminate you and her.
Try, she said. She wasn't scared. This was just how he talked. He'd invited her over, offered her a drink. He wasn't going to kill her after putting in all that effort.
We want to see you in action.
Against Vicky, she said with a grin.
I don't have her, so no. But I do have a little pet you can fight.
They walked down the stairs at the back of his house, and it opened to a large room. Now she looked around. She saw how bloody organized they were. The room was big, and in it were 7 cages. Each one held a being, a form that something had taken to survive.
Know your creatures?
One of each kind, I get it.
Tell us then.
And he held his hands out wide, and he saw there were now a group of 10 or so of them. She went to the first. It held the dying and starving mermaid, human names or true.
Whatever you know.
This is the daughter of Poseidon. She walked to the shadow demon, our natural form. She shuddered as she saw the stone goblin thing. It was one of her brethren, but weak and dying as well. She put her hands to the glass, and it came to her. A gargoyle.
Indeed, your own soldier. How many left?
You know the answer. She looked at the thing, and its yellow eyes glowed back. It was still withered. She wondered if she knew its name. She'd only commanded a few thousand. She walked on and looked at the dog thing. It snapped at the glass, and she kicked at it. Devil dog.
That's an actual dog of hell, Cerberus.
There was the 2 vacant cells, nothing in there.
She destroyed the seed. It is gone from the world. And of course, number 7 is me. So I'm not in the cell, or my men.
What about number 8?
She's a joke, not a threat, so we've not included her kind. You should be honored the only female worth a mention.
She was the joke. She was the general once. She looked at her stone goblin and saw back in her mind when her legions attacked the angels and were crushed. I won't fight him.
No, and why should you? I think with some of the angel blood, he might come good. You are the last 2 of your kind anyway, so it's a bit harsh. Besides, I want you to kill the dog.
She went to the cell and looked at the dog, as they called it. To say it was a dog was to say that an acorn seed was an oak. This thing was a dog if you took a Rottweiler, killed it, buried it in the pet cemetery. Its yellow eyes glowed at her, and it slashed at the glass wildly. She stared at it. How was this angelic?
It's not. It's a devil dog, one of the guards of hell that is waiting for us down there.
And how did you get it?
As you know, many of us are there early and they still follow me.
He was so arrogant, like he was anywhere near the top. She'd been a general too. Not just him, but his army was still in the 100s, and hers was her, and this small stone thing. Fine, let's get this done. She was taken to a room at the back of the cage and saw it was a locked room, like an airlock. She was only able to go in her human form and went into the room. As she hit the inside, she was sickened by the smell. It was like dog piss and dead bodies. The thing lunged at her, and she turned as it did. The massive dog flew through the air, teeth bared, and it ripped away at her stone throat, doing nothing. She was surprised it had jumped that high. She grabbed it, and taking its top jaw in her left hand and the bottom in her right, she pulled them apart. It died in seconds. Its head ripped apart, and she threw it to the glass and it bounced off. She looked at him through the glass. That was easy. He smiled, and he saw the men near him looked impressed too. Great, now she had a fan club.
Vicky. She drove in laggy and she had bits of newspaper taped to the side, so no one could see the massive track marks. They had got home late and gone to sleep, then she'd work early and started to pack. That night, they had been given the details of a place owned by one of the candle makers, and she knew they'd have to get the hell out of town. Once the vampires found out what they did at the factory, they would be out for blood. She loaded her clothes back into her backpack and got ready. Then she waited for Carl to put his in.
Surely this won't work.
Why not?
It's too crazy, but I guess we do have God on our side.
Right, have some faith. They got into the car and she looked up and out. The sun was starting to rise and she gunned it out of the driveway. She still hadn't called Michael, but she assumed they were being followed. Not only that she had always been followed, since she had stupidly said yes to them in Cancun, they had been all up in her business. She should have just said, "Kill us." It was probably a bluff. Carl had spent the last night sweeping the house and the car for bugs, and he found a lot. First wave he went with an RF transmitter finder, and they found 3 bugs in the house. Then they had searched on hands and knees. The worst thing was they were the top floor, and sure enough, they had been in the roof and planted them in there. He got a massive collection, 12 in total, and he had them on the table before her. So lots of sex, me naked and worse. She imagined what they had and what some people were into. He'd smiled.
They are all audio only. Makes sense you can get a mic much smaller. And they have batteries and memories that last for weeks. Still, they knew all we knew and heard it all.
Still, it could have been worse. They went down the highway and she looked at the rising sun. When do you think it might start?
Not until breakfast, maybe not lunch or dinner. Hopefully they don't notice or find out the cause too soon.
She drove on. It was a crazy plan, and in part she didn't know if it would work, but she had to try. She thought of that big factory and just knew it was a test. They could do it. How many demons did they need to rule? As they drove onward, Carl kept looking back. They knew they were being followed and they had to lose it. Still, a highway wasn't that good. They had taken a tracker off the car, and this was the only thing left. Good old line of sight. They pulled into a gas station and he got out. They went into a shop and she came out with a new pouch of smokes. They walked to the car.
You see them.
Family Fang, yes. She could laugh. They were doing a great job. She looked at the 2 people and He-Man looked back and smiled. It was England, he shouldn't do that. He was a typical family man. He had a sweater over his shirt, but was fit and handsome. His wife was hot too. They'd never let themselves be fat. That was a true sin. Still, they did a great job of fitting in. She had rolled a smoke. What should I do?
Will she help?
I reckon.
Then just slash a tire or 2, it will be funny.
It was funny in a very weird way. She walked up to these 2 people who looked so normal, but she sensed were demons. She pulled out a knife as the man looked at her.
You okay, sweetheart?
She sank the knife into the black of his tire and with an angel rip cut it deep and long. It hissed flat and empty. The woman went to come at her, but he held her back. She spoke to them. He'll see what I did on the camera. You stay here. Let me leave or I'll rip your black hearts out on camera. They stood and let her cut their other just looking angry. The man actually took his sweater off and the woman changed out of her blue buttoned shirt and put a white tee on. She laughed and went back to Laggy. It was running and she flicked the smoke aside. Then she drove off, leaving the vampires behind her. She knew they would call someone and they would try find her, but she should be safe. Let's get to the lake house before it goes off.
Kenris. She woke and she was naked. Naked in bed next to the Great One himself. And some female demon that was wearing the body of a perky blonde girl. She'd let it happen. More for the girl than him, and to have a place to spend the night. Yet she woke with the sun shining in through the windows and pulling back the covers, got dressed from her pile of clothes. She wondered if she still called him master, and she guessed yes, as the girl got from the bed, bowed, and went to get him his morning drink. He grinned at her.
That was unexpected.
I'm sick of being so serious. Does this job pay? I want a house and things. I want to enjoy my time left on this earth. She did. She knew he had some plan, but it was surely just madness. The girl brought him back some blood, which he drank down, and then got from the bed.
It does pay, and you should have nice things. Do you want that goblin thing?
He asked, as if asking if she wanted a coffee. The last of my soldiers. Yes, I want him. Has he got a name?
I don't think so. I don't think it talks. But you can have him. Think of it as a signing bonus. Now, where is that girl? Jessica.
She laughed. She actually forgotten about her. She shouldn't have pets. She's in the boot of a stolen car. I guess I have lost her. She realized it was Monday. Workers would be on her house, found the car and Jessica. She would have lost her shit clothes, but she didn't really care. She was dressed and walked out to the kitchen. The girl Sam was sitting at the counter. She drank some blood from a cup and smiled at her. Hello? I guess I should ask your name?
Well, my name is Lavinia. I'm actually one of nobody's girls, but not anymore.
The girl was a succubus. That explained a lot. No wonder she was so eager to please. That wasn't her real name either, just one of her oldest. Nice, now you're a servant of him.
We all serve someone, but last night was a lot more fun than working for her anyway. Can I see your man?
Sure. She went with the girl downstairs and went to the cell that held her stone friend. He was a modern man, something that fell with her and been through many bodies. Now he held a gargoyle, but a poor one. He was small, no wings, just a very ugly face and around 4 foot high. Still he had yellow eyes and ran to her. He bowed low before her. Sam laughed.
So cool, Michael says you can change him.
Sure, he is a part of me. Open up, she yelled, and the cell opened. The stone goblin walked to her and knelt down, more like a subject to a queen. She put her hand on its head and it grew. It started slowly and then more and more until he was 6 foot and grinning. Now he'd gone from a little bit funny to frightening. She grinned back. She was a bit weaker, but it was good to see she could still do it. Soon. And holding his hand, she shrank it smaller and smaller. Sam was stunned.
What is he? I am a real person, but what is he?
She laughed. He is a fallen angel in a body I made for him. Sam was still playing the human role. She was a policewoman, and they intended for her to work her way to the top. The Great One had his empire to run, and by the time for now. She was well alone in his house. The stone goblin was near her. He sat gladly near her, but spoke not. She knew they could. Maybe he was upset at her. She hadn't tried to find them. She easily spent the day in the backyard. She made her friend big, and she fought against him in her other form. It made her sweat, and a few times her threw her down and hit her hard. And at the end, when the car pulled in, she let him shrink down and he smiled at her.
Fly?
Soon. Do you want wings again?
Yes, I am weak.
She got it. She would hate to be so weak. When he was big and strong again, he was been happy. She walked into the house. Michael the Great One was there. Sam went about and went to the fridge. Some blood had been delivered during the day. She poured it out. She felt a bit like a mistress, but oh well. She went to them as they took a sip of the blood. She watched as Michael took large gulp. He grinned at her. How was your day? And then she saw it. His chest started to burn and cook. He fell to his knees and screamed. Sam did as well, and she saw as her jaw started to melt and cook. He fell to the floor and kicked once. She saw he was dead again, beyond any healing. His black body was melted and cooked. She looked at Sam. She lay on the ground, and was dead, a spilled wineglass in her hand. She reached out to it, the blood and touching it. It burned her like acid. She gasped. It was blessed. She hadn't put on the TV, and now she did. She flicked it on and was shocked at the presenter said, "Mystery illness striking London, 10 dead and counting."
Vicky, they had been at the lake house for 2 weeks and she got a nice insight of how many vampires there were in London. Maybe the candle makers were taking over their role as cover-up masters. But the over 52 people, vampires that had died, she only heard of 12, and then reports stopped. Jenny texted her that yes, Michael was dead, and yes, Jessica had been found alive and fine. They now sat on a pier at the edge of the lake and in her, and she had a beer.
You think it's over?
Eternal maybe, Kenris no. She knew she would find her. She had made it easy for her to do so.
Why do you want her to come?
Because she's a crazed patient killer, and I'd rather face her now than have her show up in 5 years at Christmas. He had sent her a message to her phone from an unknown number. It showed a video of she at the house and had the address. She wanted her to come, and she did. Carl and he had spent the few days, going to the local store and seeming like freaks as they brought things. Finally, Valeria had more than whispered in her ear, "She's coming." She knew it would be at night, and Carl was off hiding in the trees. He had a gun to make him feel useful, but she knew it was up to her. She came at night and she turned the lights on. The pair was covered in fairy lights. They had a bonfire and she came down from the sky as a tall, massive gargoyle. She almost yelled in rage. Next to her was another one. She saw its face and it looked different to her. It was more dog-like but still big. They both held big stone clubs. They landed hard on the ground and avoided the pier, which was barely standing, and thus avoided her first trap. It wouldn't hold even her and was barely holding its own weight. They landed and walked to her slowly. The one that was Kenris changed before her into the form of a girl. She was naked, but for the club. She looked at her. "Aren't you cold?" In her hands were a brand new sledgehammer, and she had more around. She looked at her. She'd not seen her face to face, and she was pretty. She had long hair and a damn good body, but she had a deep coldness in her eyes.
"Sure, but I just wanted to say hi and then kill you."
"Very nice of you. Your sister was prettier." The chest of the girl exploded in a red cloud. They'd hoped she'd do this, and Carl had been training with the rifle. The massive gauge bullet hit her and she was thrown back. She leaped at her and brought the hammer down as fast and hard as they both could. She didn't move fast enough, and the one that was behind her shoved her aside. The hammer hit nothing and she let it go as Kenris changed form. His big stone fist was coming at her and she yelled, "Valeria!"
Valeria. She had helped them plan, and now it was down to the battle. She was glad there was 2 of them, and now she could test her power against them. They clearly forgot how she'd beaten them a few billion years ago. She stepped into Vicky as she was just behind her, ready, and as it punched, she grabbed its fist. It was strong, and she as forced back as she grabbed it, the ground ripping under her shoes, but she grabbed it hard around the wrist. She spun on her heel and swung him off the ground. She smashed its stone body into Kenris and let him go. There was a massive crash as it hit, and both were knocked backward. She walked calmly and picked up the hammer as they stood. Both were fine, and they stood, coming at her from either side. The one Kenris knew her, and it glared at her. "Remember me, traitor."
"You killed my sister."
"I only sent her to hell." They both leaped at her, but the other was a second later. He was following her. She knew it was the best to beat the weakest first. As he leaped club swing down, she brought the hammerhead up in a powerful swing. She hit the club with all her force, and it shattered his club. She was knocked down by its knees, and it was now on her. She dropped her hammer and felt as the thing hit her again and again. Vicky's little human body failed at one punch, her skull and teeth breaking as she was hit into the dirt.
"Die, human, die,"
it screamed in a deep, gravel voice. A massive explosion went off at its head as Carl hit it again from afar. She was shoved up and she sat up, hitting her hard in the face. Her wrist broke and her fingers cracked on the stone, yet it flew off. As she stood, she healed her body and felt the glow around her. She was so weak in this form.
"Get him!"
She yelled at her helper, and he ran off after the gunshot. She knew it was now, and as she swung down with the hammer, she ran forward and let it hit her. She carried the stone giant as high as she could and ran with her as it clashed and fought at her. She got to the wooded pier, and it collapsed under them with a screech and a cry of wood. From after, she heard a deep screaming, and it wasn't human. She laughed as her phone buzzed in her pocket. He had done it. She turned to Kenris and let herself heal as the beast hit her with the club. They were both in the water, and she screamed at her and hit her again.
I will kill you!
Every hit, and it was enough to break her skull and bone, but she healed herself until she just did that while taking the blows. It was all she could do, and then he was there. Carl leaped down in the water and waded toward them.
Hey bitch, not her face, okay?
The gargoyle turned and looked, then went back to hitting her. Still, she saw his hand in the water. Do it, and have faith. They all heard his words, which he shouted.
Dear Father, bless this water and make it holy. Cleanse all who touch it. In Jesus' name, amen.
The lake was big, damn big. It was thousand of liters of water, but it worked. As she saw, Kenris heard the words and screaming, first in rage, then in pain as her lower body started to smoke. They were only in up to their knees, and she leaped up, wings flapping to escape. In one flap, she was high up, her left stone foot melting. Valeria leaped up and, reaching out, grabbed her leg. She felt a burst of triumph as she brought her down into the water. She held her under as the stone beast struggled and kicked. Then, in less than a 10-second, it stopped. She walked away from her body as it melted away to nothing. She went to Carl, eyes glowing. The other?
Fallen too. The pit worked.
She saw glowing at the shore and looked up. Watching the fight were two angels. Not warriors like her, but messengers. That was bad. One of them looked at her, the other at the scene, seeming horrified. She spoke.
Valeria, we've been sent to get you.
In a beautiful voice. Why?
Court-martial.
She looked at Carl. She knew not when they'd be back, and she could say nothing with those others there. He looked at her.
What's wrong?
Keep her safe.
Vicky. Valeria had been gone for a week and had no idea what had happened to her. Carl had told her what happened, and he'd gotten to see his fiancée have her face broken in by a big stone fist and healed to be broken again. He took a few days to want to return to work. They had melted Kenris like a wicked witch, and now she was with Carl and a team from the candlemakers. They had to go into the Great One's house. The neighbors had complained of the smell, and she knew why. They had not sent a clean-up team until she was with them. She now stood at the doorway and looked in. It had been opened by someone, not her angel strength. The smell of rot and death greeted them, and they went in. Laying face down was, she assumed, Michael, the Great One. He was turned over by a gloved man, and she tried not to gag. He looked bad. Chest and throat were burned out like he'd drunk acid. Also, his body was rotting fast. It looked more like 4 weeks decomp, not 4 days. Near him was the dead blonde, Officer Sam. Jenny stood and looked, clearly trying not to be horrified. Carl turned to her.
What happens to a demon when you kill its vessel?
She seemed glad to have a reason to look away and looked at him.
It goes to the afterlife, like any dead thing, in this case to hell.
But not fire or shadow dragging them off.
Not that you can see.
They looked around the house and collected 5 more bodies that brought the kill total to 62. She had killed 62 people. They might have been dead already, vampires controlled by demons, but it was still pretty far from studying fashion or owning her own bar. In fact, the candlemakers had changed a bit. They seemed little scared of her. What about the zoo?
We haven't touched it.
They walked downstairs, and once again they were greeted by the smell of death. She expected the worst, and she got it. The guard was a corpse on the floor. The dog had escaped but stopped to eat the guard and was dead too. The floating shadows still glared at her. Then, going to the tank that held the mermaid, it too was dead. It was ghastly. She felt sorry for it. It floated, big tail and rotting face. The last mermaid?
I don't think so. Anya made one that escaped, that wildcat, Bianca.
She shook her head. The last mermaid is an ex-cheerleader called Bianca.